The silver chains burned into her wrists as they dragged her through the snow toward the execution stone. Iskira didn't scream. She'd learned long ago that screams only fed the cruelty of those who held the power. Behind her, the Iron Fang pack gathered in a circle, their eyes glowing amber in the darkness, hungry for the spectacle of her death. Any last words, wolfless abomination? Alpha Xavian's voice cut through the winter air like a blade. She lifted her head, meeting his storm-gray eyes with defiance she shouldn't possess. He was magnificent and terrifying, broad-shouldered, dark-haired, with a face carved from stone and shadows. The man the moon goddess had chosen as her mate. The man who would kill her in 3 heartbeats. "You're making a mistake," she whispered. His jaw tightened. "The only mistake was letting you live this long." The executioner raised a silver blade, moonlight glinting off the edge. Iskira closed her eyes, feeling something ancient and furious stirring beneath her skin, something that had been sleeping her entire life, waiting for this exact moment to wake. When the blade came down, the world exploded in light. Chapter 1. 3 days earlier, Iskira had been invisible. That was the safest way to exist when you were the only wolf in a pack of 200 who couldn't shift. She moved through the Iron Fang's stronghold like a ghost, keeping her eyes down, her voice quiet, her presence as unremarkable as possible. The kitchen where she worked was underground, carved into the mountain itself. Steam rose from massive iron pots where stew bubbled, and the heat was oppressive even in the dead of winter. Iskira stirred the evening meal with mechanical efficiency, her mind elsewhere. "Oi, wolfless. Stop daydreaming and chop those vegetables before I report you for laziness." Mireia, the head cook, was a woman whose bitterness had curdled into cruelty over decades of disappointment. She took particular pleasure in tormenting Iskira, as if punishing her for having the audacity to exist. "Yes, ma'am." Iskira reached for the knife, her hands steady despite the ache in her shoulders. She'd been working since before dawn, but complaining was pointless. Wolfless pack members had no rights, no protection. They existed at the mercy of those who could shift. The knife slipped. Blood bloomed across her palm, bright red against pale skin. Iskira hissed in pain, but didn't cry out. She grabbed a rag, pressing it against the wound. "Clumsy fool," Mireia spat. "Clean that up before you contaminate the food. And you're working a double shift tonight." Alpha's orders. "There's a delegation arriving from the Shadow Crest pack." Iskira's heart sank. Double shift meant she wouldn't sleep until after midnight, and she'd be expected back in the kitchen before dawn. But she nodded, wrapping her hand tightly. As she cleaned the blood from the cutting board, she heard them, the whispers that always followed her like shadows. "Don't know why Alpha Xavian lets her stay. Bad luck having a wolfless in the pack. Probably cursed, that's why she can't shift." Iskira had heard every variation of these whispers for 23 years. They should have stopped hurting by now. They hadn't. She finished her tasks in silence, then slipped out of the kitchen through the servants' entrance. The stronghold was massive, built into the mountainside with towers that clawed toward the sky. Iron Fang was the most powerful pack in the Northern Territories, and Alpha Xavian ruled with absolute authority. Iskira had never spoken to him directly. She'd never even been close enough to smell his scent, pine and smoke and something wild that made her wolf whimper even though it had never emerged. She was halfway to the servants' quarters when she heard the commotion. Raised voices, running footsteps, and then a sound that made her blood freeze, a child's terrified scream. Iskira didn't think. She ran toward the sound, her injured hand forgotten. She burst through a doorway into one of the courtyards and stopped dead. A little girl, maybe 6 years old, dangled from a third-story window. Her small hands gripped the ledge, her legs kicking frantically as she tried to pull herself up. Below her, pack members had gathered, shouting instructions, but no one was moving fast enough. The girl's fingers slipped. Iskira was already running. She didn't know what she planned to do. She had no wolf strength, no supernatural speed. But her body moved on instinct, driven by something deeper than logic. She reached the spot just as the girl fell. The impact drove Iskira to her knees, her arms wrapped around the small body. Pain exploded through her shoulders, her spine, but the girl was safe.
Alive.
For a moment, there was only shocked silence. Then the crowd erupted into chaos. Hands reached for the girl, pulling her away from Iskira. A woman, the child's mother, sobbed in relief, crushing her daughter against her chest. Iskira tried to stand, but her legs wouldn't cooperate. Everything hurt. The world tilted dangerously. What happened here? The voice cut through the noise like a whip crack. Deep, commanding, absolute. The crowd parted immediately, heads bowing in submission. Iskira looked up, still kneeling in the snow, and her heart stopped. Alpha Xavian stood 10 feet away, his presence so overwhelming it felt like gravity itself had shifted. He was taller than she'd realized, his shoulders impossibly broad beneath his black fur cloak. Dark hair fell to his collar, and his eyes, those storm-gray eyes, fixed on her with an intensity that made breathing difficult. He was the most beautiful and terrifying thing she'd ever seen. And when their eyes met, the world caught fire. The mate bond slammed into place with the force of destiny itself, an invisible cord snapping tight between them. Iskira felt it in her chest, her bones, her soul, a recognition so profound it rewrote everything she thought she knew about herself. Mine. Something inside her whispered.
Mate.
Xavian went absolutely still. His eyes widened fractionally, the only sign of shock in that otherwise unreadable face. The air between them crackled with power and possibility. Then his expression hardened into something cold and terrible. "Get her out of my sight," he said, his voice flat.
Now.
Hands grabbed Iskira roughly, hauling her to her feet. She tried to speak, to understand what had just happened, but the world was spinning. The last thing she saw before darkness claimed her was Xavian's face, twisted with something that looked like rage and despair. When she woke, she was in a cell. The underground dungeons of Iron Fong were reserved for traitors and criminals. Iskira had never been down here before, and the cold seeped into her bones immediately. The walls were solid stone, and the only light came from a torch burning in the corridor beyond the iron bars. She sat up slowly, her body aching from the fall. Her hand was still wrapped in the bloodied rag, and new bruises were blooming across her arms where the guards had grabbed her. "Why am I here?" she called out, her voice echoing. No one answered. Hours passed. Or maybe it was days. There was no way to tell time in the darkness. Iskira's stomach cramped with hunger, and her throat burned with thirst. She tried to make sense of what had happened in the courtyard. The mate bond. It had been real. She'd felt it, that undeniable connection that marked Xavian as hers and her as his. But he'd rejected it immediately. Rejected her.
Why?
Footsteps echoed in the corridor. Iskira scrambled to her feet, her heart pounding. A woman appeared beyond the bars. She was elegant and beautiful, with silver blonde hair that cascaded over her shoulders and ice-blue eyes that studied Iskira with cold calculation. Her dress was made of fine silk, and she wore the crimson sash that marked her as beta female of the pack. "So you're the wolfless girl who thinks she can trick an alpha into claiming her," the woman said, her voice dripping with contempt. Iskira's hands clenched into fists. "I didn't trick anyone. I saved a child." And conveniently threw herself into Alpha Xavian's path, forcing a false mate bond. The woman's smile was sharp as glass. "Did you really think it would work? That he'd choose a broken, wolfless, nothing over me? I don't know what you're talking about. My name is Aloan. I am Beta Cassius's daughter and Alpha Xavian's chosen mate. Our bonding ceremony is in 3 days." Aloan stepped closer to the bars, her eyes glittering with malice. "You are an inconvenience."
A mistake.
"And Alpha Xavian has given me permission to deal with you however I see fit." Fear spiked through Iskira's chest. "The mate bond is real. I didn't force anything." "The mate bond," Aloan interrupted, "is a weakness. A trick of biology that Alpha Xavian is strong enough to resist. He knows what's best for this pack, and that is not some cursed wolfless girl who will dilute our bloodline." She pulled a key from her belt and unlocked the cell door. 2 guards entered behind her, their expressions blank. "Take her to the execution stone," Aloan commanded. "At dawn, she will be put to death for attempting to bewitch the Alpha. Let her death serve as a warning to any other foolish girls who might harbor similar delusions." The guards grabbed Iskira before she could react. She fought. She fought with everything she had, but it was useless. They were trained warriors with wolf strength, and she was just a girl who'd never even shifted. They dragged her up through the dungeons, through corridors she'd never seen, and out into the night. Snow fell in thick flakes, and the cold bit into her skin through her thin servant's dress. The execution stone stood in the center of the pack's gathering grounds. It was ancient, stained dark with the blood of generations. A crowd had already formed. Pack members pulled from their beds to witness this midnight execution. Iskira's mind raced. This couldn't be happening. She'd done nothing wrong except exist, except be unlucky enough to be born without a wolf, except save a child's life, except be mated to an alpha who didn't want her. The guards forced her to her knees on the stone. Silver chains wrapped around her wrists, burning into her skin. Silver was poison to shifters, but it hurt her too, proof that some part of her was still a wolf, even if that part had never emerged. Any last words, wolfless abomination? Iskira lifted her head and saw him. Alpha Xavian stood at the edge of the crowd, his face carved from ice and shadows. Their eyes met, and she felt the mate bond pulse between them, a living thing that refused to die. "You're making a mistake," she whispered, though she knew he could hear her. Alpha's heard everything.
His jaw tightened.
"The only mistake was letting you live this long." Aloan stepped forward, a ceremonial silver blade in her hands. She smiled as she offered it to the executioner, a massive man whose face was hidden behind a wolf skull mask. The executioner raised the blade. Moonlight glinted off the edge. Iskira closed her eyes. Something deep inside her was stirring, something ancient and furious and wrong. It felt like fire in her veins, like lightning in her bones. She'd felt this before, in dreams, in moments of terror. A presence that whispered she was more than she appeared to be. The blade came down, and Iskira's eyes snapped open, glowing with light that had no earthly source. The chains shattered. The blade stopped midair, frozen by invisible force. And from Iskira's body erupted a power so old and terrible that every wolf in the gathering grounds fell to their knees, overwhelmed by the weight of something that predated packs and territories, and even the moon goddess herself. She rose to her feet, her body wreathed in a silver flame that didn't burn. Her voice, when she spoke, echoed with 1,000 others speaking in unison. "You have forgotten," she said. "You have forgotten what came before. What sleeps in the blood of the broken. What waits for the moment when you push us too far." Her eyes found Xavian, and she saw the shock, the fear, the terrible understanding dawning in his expression. "I am Iskira," she said, her voice her own again but still carrying that otherworldly resonance. "And I am done being invisible." The silver flames exploded outward in a wave of pure power, and when they faded, Iskira was gone. The execution stone stood empty, the broken chains the only proof she'd been there at all. Chapter 2. Iskira ran until her lungs burned, and her legs gave out beneath her. She collapsed at the edge of a frozen river, miles from the Iron Fang's stronghold, her body shaking uncontrollably. The silver flames had vanished the moment she'd fled into the forest, leaving her cold and terrified and completely alone. What had just happened? She stared at her hands, half expecting to see them still wreathed in that impossible fire. But they looked normal, pale, calloused from years of kitchen work, still wrapped in the bloodied rag from where she'd cut herself. The only difference was the silver chains that had burned her wrists. The skin there was completely unmarked, as if the metal had never touched her at all. Iskira's breath came in ragged gasps, creating clouds in the freezing air. She wore only her thin servant's dress, and hypothermia would claim her long before sunrise if she didn't find shelter. But the thought of moving, of standing, of doing anything except curling into a ball and disappearing felt impossible. You're going to die out here if you don't get up. The voice came from behind her. Iskira spun, her heart hammering, and found herself staring at a woman who seemed to have materialized from the shadows themselves. She was ancient, or at least looked ancient, with silver hair that fell past her waist and a face lined with centuries of wisdom. But her eyes were young, bright amber that gleamed with sharp intelligence. She wore robes of deep gray that seemed to shift and move like smoke, and she leaned on a staff carved from black wood. "Who are you?" Iskira managed, her voice hoarse. "Someone who's been waiting a very long time for you to wake up." The woman tilted her head, studying Iskira with unnerving intensity. "Though I must admit, I expected a more graceful awakening. Breaking chains and terrifying an entire pack is rather dramatic." "I don't understand what happened." "I don't." Iskira's voice cracked. "What am I?" "What you've always been, child. What your bloodline has carried in secret for 10 generations." The woman moved closer, her staff making no sound against the frozen ground. "You are Kindred, the first of your kind to manifest in over 200 years." The word meant nothing to Iskira, yet hearing it spoken aloud sent a jolt of recognition through her chest. Kindred? Humans who carry wolf souls but cannot shift. Not because they are broken, but because they're something else entirely. The woman knelt beside Iskira, her movements surprisingly graceful for someone who appeared so old. Long ago, before packs divided the territories, before alphas ruled with absolute power, there existed a balance. Wolves who could shift, and kindred who could not, but whose power ran deeper than tooth and claw. Iskira shook her head. "That's impossible. I have no power. I'm wolfless." "You had no power," the woman corrected, "until tonight, when you were pushed to the very edge of death. That is when Kindred awakens, in moments of absolute desperation, when the choice is transform or die." Her amber eyes gleamed. "You chose transformation. I didn't choose anything. It just happened." "Which means the awakening was incomplete." The woman stood, offering her hand. "You have access perhaps 1% of what you're capable of. The rest remains locked inside you, waiting for you to learn control. Discipline. Understanding." Iskira stared at the offered hand. Every instinct screamed at her not to trust this stranger, but she was freezing to death and had nowhere else to go. She took the woman's hand. The moment their skin touched, warmth flooded through Iskira's body. Not painful like the silver flames, but gentle, like being wrapped in sunlight. The woman pulled her to her feet with surprising strength. "My name is Varia," the woman said, "and I am going to teach you how to survive what you've become." Varia's home was hidden deep in the Whispering Woods, a place most wolves avoided due to old superstitions about ghosts and curses. It was a cabin built into the trunk of a massive ancient tree, its walls carved from living wood that seemed to pulse with quiet energy. Inside, a fire crackled in a stone hearth, and the air smelled of herbs and something indefinably magical. Varia moved around the space with practiced efficiency, pulling down jars from shelves and heating water in a copper kettle. Iskira sat wrapped in a thick wool blanket, her body slowly thawing. She couldn't stop shaking, though she wasn't sure if it was from cold or shock. "Drink this." Varia pressed a steaming cup into her hands. The liquid inside was dark and smelled bitter, but when Iskira sipped it, warmth spread through her chest like liquid courage. "What is Kindred?" Iskira asked quietly. "Really? You said it's more than just being wolfless." Varia settled into the chair across from her, the firelight casting dancing shadows across her ancient face. The story goes back to the very beginning, to the first wolves who learned to take human form. They were wild creatures, driven by instinct and moon madness. They hunted, they killed, they destroyed without thought or mercy. Iskira listened, transfixed. But among the humans who lived in terror of these beasts, there arose those who could speak to the wolves. Not with words, but with something deeper, soul to soul. These humans could calm the madness, could help the wolves find balance between their two natures. They were called Kindred, for they were kin to the wolves without being wolves themselves. They were peacemakers, Iskira whispered. They were necessary, Varia corrected. For centuries, Kindred and wolves lived in harmony. Kindred helped wolves control their shifts, their rage. In return, wolves protected Kindred from the dangers of the wild. It was balanced. It was symbiosis. What happened? Varia's expression darkened. Power happened. As packs formed and alphas rose to dominance, they saw Kindred as a threat. These humans who could influence wolves, who could calm even the most dominant alpha, they held too much power. So the alphas began to fear them. And fear breeds cruelty. Iskira's hands tightened around her cup. They killed them. They hunted them. For decades, any human born with kindred abilities was executed before they could awaken. Families with kindred blood learned to hide, to breed with wolves in hopes of diluting the gift until it disappeared entirely. Varia's eyes found Iskira's. Your bloodline succeeded. 10 generations of hiding, of pretending to be wolfless failures, of enduring contempt and cruelty, all to keep the kindred spark hidden until it was safe to emerge. It's not safe, Iskira said flatly. They tried to execute me tonight. They will try again, Varia agreed. Alpha Xavian cannot allow you to live. You are too dangerous to his authority, too powerful to control. The mate bond makes it even worse. It means he cannot simply kill you without feeling your death like a dagger to his own heart. So he will hunt you. And when he finds you, he will have no choice but to end you. The word should have terrified Iskira. Instead, they ignited something fierce and angry in her chest. Then I learned to fight back. Varia smiled, and it was a wolf smile. All teeth and danger. Now you're thinking like a survivor. But understand this, a child learning to wield kindred power is not like training with a sword or mastering a wolf form. Your power is emotional, spiritual. It requires you to confront every fear, every pain, every moment of weakness you've buried inside yourself. It will break you before it makes you strong. I've been broken my entire life, Iskira said quietly. Being broken doesn't scare me anymore. Then we begin at dawn. Varia rose, moving toward a doorway hidden behind a curtain of vines. There is a bed through there. Sleep if you can. Tomorrow, your real education begins. Iskira didn't think she'd be able to sleep, but exhaustion claimed her the moment her head touched the pillow. Her dreams were strange and vivid, memories that didn't belong to her, visions of women with silver fire in their eyes, standing between wolves and certain death. She woke to gray morning light filtering through the tree trunk walls and the smell of something cooking. Her body ached in new and interesting ways, but the bone-deep exhaustion from the night before had faded. Varia was waiting in the main room, stirring a pot over the fire. Eat, she commanded, ladling thick porridge into a wooden bowl. You'll need your strength. Iskira ate quickly, her stomach growling with sudden hunger. When she finished, Varia led her outside into a clearing behind the treehouse. The whispering woods were beautiful in daylight, ancient trees with silver bark, carpets of moss that glowed faintly green, and an absolute silence that felt sacred rather than eerie. Stand in center, Varia instructed. Iskira obeyed, her breath misting in the cold air. She wore borrowed clothes now, leather pants and a tunic that fit reasonably well, along with a fur-lined cloak that kept the worst of the cold at bay. Close your eyes, Varia said. Breathe. Feel the ground beneath your feet, the air in your lungs. Feel your heartbeat. Feel the life flowing through you. Iskira did as instructed, though she felt slightly foolish. But as she breathed, as she focused inward, she began to sense something. A warmth in her chest, centered just below her heart. A gentle pulse that matched her heartbeat, but felt separate from it. That is your kindred core. Varia's voice came from somewhere to her left. The source of your power. In wolves, the beast lives in their bones. In kindred, the power lives in the heart. What does it do? Iskira asked, keeping her eyes closed. Many things. But the most fundamental ability, the one that made alphas fear kindred above all else, is the ability to command obedience from wolves. Not through force, but through connection. You can make a wolf feel your emotions, your intentions, your will. And if your will is strong enough, they cannot resist. Iskira's eyes snapped open. That's too much power. Yes, Varia agreed. Which is why Kindred were always taught restraint. The power is not meant to dominate, it is meant to guide.
To heal.
To calm down. But in the wrong hands, or in moments of desperation, it can be weaponized. Like I did last night.
Exactly.
You weaponized your fear and rage and broadcast it to every wolf within 100 yards. They felt what you felt, your terror, your fury at the injustice of your execution. It overwhelmed their instincts and forced them into submission. Various circled her slowly. Now you must learn to control that power, to use it with precision rather than as a blunt instrument. For hours, Varia put Iskira through exercises, breathing techniques, meditation, visualization. It was tedious and frustrating, and by midday Iskira wanted to scream. I'm not doing anything, she burst out finally, after another failed attempt to sense her kindred core. I feel nothing. Maybe last night was a fluke. Maybe I'm not actually. You're afraid, Varia interrupted calmly. Afraid that if you touch that power again, you'll lose control. Afraid that it will consume you. So you're keeping it locked away, refusing to acknowledge it exists. Iskira opened her mouth to deny it, then closed it again. Because Varia was right. The memory of those silver flames, the feeling of that immense power coursing through her, it had been terrifying. What if she couldn't control it?
What if she hurt someone?
Fear is natural, Varia said, her voice gentler now. But fear will not save you. When Alpha Xavian comes, and he will come, you must be ready to face him. Not with rage, but with control, with purpose. The mention of Xavian sent a spike of pain through Iskira's chest. The mate bond was still there, a constant ache she couldn't ignore. She could feel him, even from miles away, his emotions bleeding into hers through that invisible connection. Anger,
Confusion.
and beneath it all, something that felt horribly like grief. He rejected me, Iskira said quietly. The moment the bond formed, he rejected me. He rejected what you represent, Varia corrected. An alpha's entire identity is built on dominance, control, absolute authority. A mate bond, especially one with a kindred, threatens all of that. You could influence him in ways no one else ever could. You could challenge his decisions, sway his warriors, even command his wolf if you wanted to. I would never. He doesn't know that. All he knows is that you're dangerous. That you upset the careful balance of power he's built. That you make him feel things he cannot afford to feel. Varia's expression softened slightly. Give him time. The mate bond is not easily denied. It will pull at him, wear down his resistance. Eventually, he will have to make a choice, accept you, or spend the rest of his life fighting against his own soul. What if he chooses wrong? Then you will face him, Varia said simply. And you will show him exactly what a kindred can do. They trained until darkness fell. By the time Varia called a halt, Iskira was exhausted but exhilarated. She still couldn't consistently access her power, but she could feel it now, a warmth in her chest, a presence that hummed with potential. She was washing up for dinner when Varia suddenly went rigid, her head cocked as if listening to something Iskira couldn't hear. What is it? Iskira asked. Wolves, Varia said quietly. At least a dozen. Moving fast through the woods in our direction. Iskira's heart lurched.
Xavian. No.
These wolves carry a different scent. Shadowcrest pack, if I'm not mistaken. Varia moved to the window, peering out into the darkness. They're hunting you, child. Someone has put a bounty on your head. How do you know it's me they're hunting? Because they're following your scent trail from last night. And they're moving with purpose. Varia turned to face her, her expression grave. You have two choices. Run deeper into the woods and hope they lose your trail. Or stand and face them. Iskira's hands clenched into fists. She thought of a lifetime of running, of hiding, of making herself small and invisible to survive. She thought of the execution stone and Eloan's cruel smile and Xavian's cold rejection. She was done running. "I'll face them," Iskira said, her voice steady despite the fear clawing at her throat. "Teach me how to fight." Varia's smile was fierce and approving. "Then listen carefully, child. Because you're about to learn the first rule of Kindred combat. Never fight fair." The wolves were getting closer. Iskira could hear them now. The rustle of fur through underbrush, the low growls of predators on the hunt. Her heart hammered against her ribs, but beneath the fear was something else. Something that felt horribly like anticipation. She closed her eyes and reached for the warmth in her chest. The kindred core pulsed once, then blazed to life. When Iskira opened her eyes, they glowed with silver fire. The hunt was about to learn what it felt like to be prey. Chapter 3. The first wolf burst through the tree line with murder in its eyes. It was massive, easily the size of a horse, with midnight black fur and teeth that gleamed white in the moonlight. Its amber eyes locked onto Iskira, and it lunged without hesitation, claws extended to tear her throat out. Iskira didn't move. She simply reached for the warmth in her chest and pushed. The wolf slammed into an invisible barrier 3 feet from her body and went tumbling backward with a yelp of shock. It scrambled to its feet, shaking its head in confusion, then growled low and threatening. "Well done," Varia murmured from beside her. But that was instinct, not control. You created a shield of raw emotion, specifically, your determination not to die. It works, but it's exhausting. You won't be able to maintain it for long. She was right. Iskira could already feel the drain, like someone had opened a tap on her energy reserves. Sweat beaded on her forehead despite the cold. The other wolves emerged from the forest, 11 of them, forming a loose circle around the clearing. They were all shifted, all predators, and their collective focus on Iskira made her skin crawl with primal fear. One of them shifted back to human form. He was tall and lean, with sharp features and copper-colored hair pulled back in a warrior's knot. Scars crisscrossed his bare chest, and his eyes held the cold calculation of someone who killed for a living. "Iskira of the Iron Fawn Pack," he said, his voice carrying easily across the clearing. "Or should I say, Iskira the Kindred? Word of your little display has spread remarkably fast. There are 5 packs who want you dead, and 3 who want you captured. Shadowcrest has been hired to deliver you, dead or alive. We're not particular about which." "Who hired you?" Iskira demanded, surprised by the steadiness of her own voice. The man smiled, showing teeth. "Does it matter? You're worth your weight in gold either way. Though personally, I'm curious about what you can actually do." The reports seemed exaggerated. "You're just a girl with some fancy light tricks." "Then test me," Iskira said, the words leaving her mouth before she could stop them. "Come find out how exaggerated the reports were." Varia made a sound that might have been approval or concern. "Bold. But be careful what you invite, child. These are trained killers." The copper-haired man's smile widened. "I like her spirit. Shame will have to break it." He nodded to his wolves. "Take her. Alive if possible. Dead if necessary." The pack attacked as one. 11 wolves converged on Iskira from all sides, a coordinated assault designed to overwhelm her before she could defend herself. Time seemed to slow. Iskira could see every detail with crystalline clarity, the flecks of muscle beneath fur, the gleam of saliva on bared fangs, the killing intent in eyes that glowed with wolf fire. The warmth in her chest exploded outward. But this time it wasn't a shield. This time, Iskira reached for something deeper, something Varia's lessons had only barely touched. She reached for the connection that existed between all wolves, the invisible threads that bound pack to pack, soul to soul. And she grabbed those threads and pulled. The wolves froze mid-attack. Every single one of them stopped, as if they'd hit an invisible wall, their bodies rigid, their eyes wide with shock and confusion. Iskira could feel them, their fear, their rage, their desperate struggle against the force that had seized control of their bodies. She was holding them, not with physical strength, but with pure kindred power. She had grabbed the wolf soul in each of them and forced them to obey her will. "Impossible," the copper-haired man breathed. He tried to shift, tried to join his pack in wolf form, but his body wouldn't respond. Sweat poured down his face. No one has that kind of power. Kindred can't, they shouldn't. You came to hunt me, Iskira said, and her voice echoed with that strange resonance from the night before. 1,000 voices speaking in unison. You came to kill me or capture me for gold. You came because you thought I was prey. She took a step forward, and 11 wolves whimpered. I am not prey. The power flowing through her was intoxicating and terrifying. She could feel every heartbeat of the wolves she held, could sense their terror bleeding into her own consciousness. It would be so easy to squeeze just a little harder, to stop those hearts from beating, to end them all without lifting a finger. Iskira. Varia's voice cut through the haze of power. Control. Remember what I taught you. The power is not meant to dominate, it is meant to guide. The words anchored her. Iskira took a shaking breath and pulled back, just slightly. The wolves gasped as if they'd been drowning and finally reached air. Go, Iskira commanded. Return to your pack and tell them that Iskira the Kindred is not a bounty to be collected. Tell them that any who come for me will face what you face tonight. Tell them, she paused, choosing her words carefully. Tell them I want to be left alone. That's all. Just leave me alone. She released them. The wolves scattered immediately, disappearing into the forest with their tails between their legs. The copper-haired man shifted and ran with them, not bothering to retrieve his clothes or his dignity. Within seconds, the clearing was empty except for Iskira and Varia. Iskira collapsed to her knees, gasping. The power drained out of her like water through a sieve, leaving her hollow and shaking. She'd held 11 wolves simultaneously for maybe 90 seconds, and it had nearly destroyed her. How, she managed between gasps. How did I do that? Instinct again, Varia said, kneeling beside her. And desperation. You reached for power you haven't been trained to wield, and you burned through nearly all your reserves in the process. If they'd had reinforcements, you'd be dead or captured right now. But I stopped them. You did. And in doing so, you've announced to every pack in the territories that the rumors are true, that a kindred has awakened, and she's powerful enough to command an entire hunting party. Varia helped Iskira to her feet, supporting most of her weight. They won't underestimate you again. Next time, they'll send more wolves. Better wolves. And they'll come prepared. They made their way back to the treehouse, Iskira leaning heavily on Varia. Inside, the old woman pressed another cup of that bitter tea into her hands and watched with sharp eyes as Iskira drank. You felt it, didn't you? Varia said quietly. The temptation. How easy it would have been to kill them all. Iskira's hands trembled around the cup. Yes. That is the danger of kindred power. It gives you dominion over wolves, the ability to command their very souls. But with that power comes the responsibility to use it wisely. To remember that the wolves you control are not puppets. They are living beings with their own will, their own desires, their own right to exist. Varia's amber eyes held no judgment, only understanding. The alphas were right to fear kindred. In the wrong hands, this power could enslave entire packs. I would never say never, child. You don't know what you're capable of until you're pushed to your limit. Until someone threatens something you love. Until the choice is between maintaining your morals and watching everything you care about burn. Varia set down her own cup. That is when you discover what kind of person you truly are. Iskira thought about that as she finished her tea. She thought about the execution stone and Xavian's cold rejection and the feeling of holding 11 souls in her grip. She thought about how satisfying it had felt to watch the hunters flee in terror. What happened to the other kindred? She asked. The ones who came before me. Were they all killed? Most were. But a few escaped, went into hiding. They bred with humans far from pack territories, hoping their children would be born without the gift. Varia's expression grew distant. I was one of them. Iskira's head snapped up. Your kindred was kindred. My power faded decades ago, a consequence of age and isolation. But yes, I was once like you, feared, hunted, forced to hide what I was. Varia's smile was sad. I swore then that if another kindred awakened in my lifetime, I would do everything in my power to help them survive. To give them the training I never received. To make sure they didn't repeat my mistakes. What mistakes? Trusting the wrong alpha. Believing that love could overcome fear. Thinking that if I just proved myself useful enough, valuable enough, they would let me live. Varia's voice hardened. I was wrong. And I paid for that mistake with the lives of everyone I loved. The weight of those words settled over the room like a shroud. Iskira wanted to ask more, but the exhaustion was catching up with her. Her eyelids felt like they weighed 1,000 pounds. Sleep, Varia commanded gently. Tomorrow we will train harder. Because those wolves will return, and next time they'll bring friends. Iskira dreamed of Xavian. In the dream, she stood in the Iron Fang's stronghold, but it was empty, silent. The great hall where hundreds of pack members usually gathered was cold and dark, the fires extinguished. She walked through corridors she'd only ever glimpsed, her footsteps echoing. She found him in what must have been his private quarters. He stood at a window, his back to her, shoulders rigid with tension. Even in the dream, he was beautiful, tall and powerful, every inch the alpha. You should have stayed dead, he said without turning around. Iskira's chest tightened. The mate bond wouldn't let me. The mate bond is a curse. Now he did turn, and his storm gray eyes were haunted. Do you have any idea what you've done? What you've unleashed? Every pack in the territories is in chaos. Some want you executed. Some want you captured and studied. Some want to ally with you against the others. You've destabilized everything. I didn't ask for this, Iskira said, anger flaring. I didn't ask to be kindred. I didn't ask for the mate bond. I was perfectly content being invisible until you dragged me into your world. I dragged you. Xavian crossed the distance between them in 3 long strides, his presence overwhelming. You threw yourself in front of that falling child. You forced your way into my sight. You awakened power that should have stayed buried. So, I should have let her die? Let myself be executed without fighting back. Iskira stepped closer, refusing to be intimidated. You want me to apologize for surviving? They were inches apart now, and the mate bond sang between them. A living thing that demanded acknowledgement, demanded acceptance. Iskira could feel his emotions through it, the storm of conflict raging inside him. Wanton fear and fury, and something that might have been longing. I want you to disappear, Xavian said, but his voice had lost its sharp edge. I want you to take your power and go somewhere far away where you can't disrupt everything I've built. Liar, Iskira whispered. You want me to stay. The bond is tearing you apart and you're too proud to admit it. Xavian's jaw clenched. What I want doesn't matter. What's good for the pack matters. And you, kindred, dangerous, uncontrollable you, are not good for the pack. Then reject the bond. Serve it completely. Free us both. For a long moment, he just stared at her. Then his hand came up, cupping her face, with surprising gentleness. The touch sent electricity racing through her entire body. I can't, he admitted, the words torn from somewhere deep in his chest. I've tried. Every day since the bond formed, I've tried to cut the connection. But it won't break. You're in my head, in my heart, in my soul. And I hate you for it. I hate you too, Iskira said, even as she leaned into his touch. I hate that you're my mate. I hate that I can feel what you feel. I hate that part of me still wants you even after you ordered my execution. Then we agreed, Xavian said softly. We hate each other. He kissed her. It was fierce and desperate and completely wrong. The kiss of 2 people who knew they were meant for each other and hated that fact with every fiber of their being. Iskira's hands fisted in his shirt, pulling him closer even as her mind screamed that this was a mistake, that he tried to kill her, that he could never accept what she was. But the mate bond didn't care about logic or safety or past betrayals. It only cared that they were 2 halves of one soul, and being apart was agony. When they finally broke apart, both breathing hard, Xavian rested his forehead against hers. This changes nothing, he said. I know. I still can't accept you as Luna. I know. If you come back to Ironfang, Alolan will kill you, and I won't be able to stop her. I know. Then why? His voice broke slightly. Why can I still feel you? Why does every breath hurt when you're not near? Because we're cursed, Iskira said simply. Both of us. Cursed to want what we can never have. Xavian pulled back, his expression hardening into that cold mask she'd seen the night of her execution. Then I'll learn to live with the curse. And you'll learn to live without me. He turned and walked away, disappearing into shadows that seemed to swallow him whole. Iskira woke up gasping, her cheeks wet with tears she hadn't realized she was crying. The dream had felt so real, his touch, his kiss, the desperation in his voice. But it was just a dream, wasn't it? She pressed her hand to her chest, where the mate bond pulsed with steady awareness. And she felt him, miles away but present, awake, thinking of her. He'd felt the dream too. Somehow, impossibly, they'd shared it. The mate bond had pulled them together even in sleep, forcing them to confront what they both wanted to ignore. Iskira buried her face in her hands. This was impossible. She couldn't be mated to the man who'd ordered her execution. She couldn't want him despite everything he'd done. She couldn't. A howl split the night. But this time it wasn't hunters. This time it carried a different message, one that made Iskira's blood run cold. Challenge. Varia appeared in the doorway, her expression grim. Get up. We have visitors. The Shadowcrest wolves came back? Worse. Varia handed her a cloak. Alpha Xavian himself has come. And he's brought his entire pack with him. Chapter 4. The Ironfang pack surrounded the Whispering Woods like a living wall of fur and fangs. Iskira stood at the edge of Varia's clearing, her heart hammering as she took in the sight. Hundreds of wolves, some shifted, some in human form, formed a perimeter that stretched as far as she could see through the trees. They held torches that cast flickering orange light across the snow, and their eyes glowed with wolf fire in the darkness. At the front of the assembly stood Xavian. He was in human form, dressed in black leather and furs that marked him as Alpha. His dark hair was loose around his shoulders, and his storm-gray eyes found Iskira across the distance with unerring accuracy. The mate bond flared between them, a physical ache that made breathing difficult. Beside him stood Alolan, beautiful and cold in a gown of ice-blue silk. Her hand rested possessively on Xavian's arm, a clear statement of ownership. Iskira of the Ironfang pack, Xavian's voice carried across the clearing with alpha authority. You have been charged with treason, conspiracy, and the use of forbidden magic against pack members. You will surrender yourself to my custody immediately, or I will order my warriors to take you by force. Varia stepped up beside Iskira, her ancient face unreadable. This is neutral ground, Alpha Xavian. The Whispering Woods belong to no pack. You have no authority here. I have authority everywhere in the Northern Territories, Xavian countered. And harboring a fugitive makes you complicit in her crimes, old woman. Step aside. Make me. The challenge hung in the air like a blade. Several of Xavian's warriors growled, their hackles rising, but the Alpha raised a hand to steal them. I don't want to hurt you, Varia, he said, and there was something almost regretful in his tone. You've lived in these woods for decades without causing trouble. Don't throw your life away for a girl you barely know. This girl, Varia said coldly, is worth more than your entire pack combined. She carries power you can't begin to understand, answers to questions your kind stopped asking centuries ago. And I will not hand her over to be executed for the crime of surviving. Iskira felt a surge of gratitude toward the old woman, but also fear. Varia was powerful in her own way, but she was one person against hundreds. This couldn't end well. Last chance, Xavian said. Surrender, Iskira. I give you my word you'll receive a fair trial. Your word? Iskira laughed, the sound bitter. Like the fair trial I received before you ordered me chained to an execution stone? Forgive me, Alpha, if I don't trust your promises. Something flickered across Xavian's face. Shame, maybe, or anger at being called out in front of his pack. His jaw clenched. That was a mistake. Things were done hastily, without proper investigation. This time will be different. Will it? Iskira took a step forward, her hands clenched into fists. Will you stand up to Aloan when she demands my death? Will you acknowledge the mate bond in front of your pack? Will you choose me over politics and power? The silence that followed was deafening. Every wolf in the assembly held their breath, waiting for their alpha's answer. Xavian said nothing. That's what I thought, Iskira said quietly. Through the mate bond, she felt his anguish, his internal war between duty and desire. But feeling his pain didn't change the reality. He would never choose her. Not publicly. Not when it mattered. Take her, Xavian ordered, his voice flat. 20 wolves surged forward. Iskira reached for her kindred core, that warmth in her chest, and pushed. The power exploded outward in a wave of silver light that slammed into the approaching wolves and sent them tumbling backward. But more came behind them and more behind those. They attacked in coordinated waves, trying to overwhelm her defenses through sheer numbers. She held them back, but barely. Sweat poured down her face as she split her focus between multiple attackers, creating shields, pushing back against the tide. But various warnings echoed in her mind. She was burning through her reserves too quickly. She couldn't hold an entire pack indefinitely. Enough. The voice cut through the chaos like thunder. Everyone froze. Even the attacking wolves stopped mid-lunge, their attention snapping to the figure that emerged from the forest. He was enormous, easily the largest wolf Iskira had ever seen, with silver fur that seemed to glow with its own inner light. When he shifted to human form, he revealed a man who looked to be in his 60s, powerfully built despite his age, with silver hair and eyes the color of liquid mercury. Alpha Theron, Xavian said, and there was genuine respect in his voice. This doesn't concern the Shadowmere pack, doesn't it? Theron moved into the clearing with the easy confidence of someone who feared nothing. When an alpha wages war in neutral territory, when a kindred awakens for the first time in 2 centuries, when the mate bond itself is being denied, I'd say it concerns every pack in the territories, Xavian. Shadowmere. Iskira recognized the name from pack politics she'd overheard in the Iron Fawn kitchens. They were one of the oldest and most powerful packs, known for their wisdom and their neutrality in territorial disputes. If Alpha Theron had come personally, this was about to get complicated. The girl is a fugitive from my pack, Xavian said carefully. Pack law gives me the right to retrieve her. Pack law also requires you to acknowledge a mate bond when it forms, Theron countered. Yet here you stand, preparing to execute your own mate while your chosen stands beside you, wearing your favor. His mercury eyes found Aloan. Tell me, Beta's daughter, how does it feel to stand between an alpha and his destined mate? Does the moon goddess smile upon such actions? Aloan's perfect features twisted with rage. The moon goddess made a mistake. This creature is not worthy to be Luna. She's wolfless. Powerless. She commanded 11 Shadowcrest warriors simultaneously and sent them fleeing into the night. Theron interrupted. Yes, I heard. Powerless indeed. He turned his attention to Iskira, and his expression softened slightly. You must be terrified, child. Awakening to power you don't understand, hunted by the very pack that should protect you, mated to an alpha too afraid to claim you. I'm sorry. You deserve better. The kindness in his voice nearly broke Iskira's composure. She'd been so focused on survival, on staying strong, that she hadn't allowed herself to feel the full weight of what had happened to her. But Theron's compassion cracked her defenses, and sudden tears burned behind her eyes. What do you want, Theron? Xavian asked, his voice tight, with barely controlled anger. I want to offer the girl sanctuary, Theron said simply. Let her come to Shadowmere territory. Let her train under my protection, learn to control her abilities. When she's ready, when she's no longer a frightened child lashing out in self-defense, then we can discuss her future properly. Absolutely not. Aloan snapped before Xavian could respond. She's a criminal. A threat. She needs to be contained, not coddled. She needs to be taught, Theron corrected. And you, girl. He glanced at Eloan with thinly veiled contempt. You need to learn your place. The Alpha has not spoken. You have no authority here. Eloan's face flushed with humiliation, but she stepped back, her hand falling away from Xavian's arm. Through the mate bond, Iskira felt Xavian's confusion, his frustration at being put in this impossible position. If she comes to Shadowmere, Xavian said slowly, how do I know you won't weaponize her against Iron Fang? A kindred powerful enough to command wolves could turn my own pack against me. You have my word as Alpha that Iskira will not be used as a weapon, by me or anyone else. Theron's expression grew serious. But understand this, Xavian. The girl has awakened. Her power exists whether you acknowledge it or not. Your only choice is whether that power develops under guidance or in desperation, under control or chaos. She could still be a threat. She is a threat, Theron agreed. To pack hierarchies built on dominance. To alphas who rule through fear. To anyone who believes might make right. His mercury eyes gleamed, which is precisely why she needs to survive. The packs have grown complacent, cruel. We've forgotten that power comes with responsibility. Perhaps a kindred is exactly what we need to remember. Iskira listened to them debate her future as if she wasn't standing right there, and something inside her snapped. Stop, she said. The word came out quiet, but it carried kindred power. Every wolf in the clearing felt the command ripple through their consciousness, compelling them to obey. They fell silent immediately, all eyes turning to her. Iskira took a shaking breath, gathering her courage. You're all discussing what should happen to me like I'm a possession to be claimed or a problem to be solved. But I'm neither. I'm a person, and I get a say in my own fate. She looked at Xavian, letting him see the hurt and anger she'd been holding back. You ordered my execution without giving me a chance to explain what happened. You rejected our mate bond before even speaking to me. You chose your political alliances over the connection the moon goddess herself created. Her voice cracked slightly. I was invisible to you my entire life. Now I'm finally visible, and you want to make me disappear again. Through the bond, she felt his pain spike, felt him flinch as if she'd struck him. Good. Let him hurt the way she hurt. She turned to Theron. And you offer sanctuary, but what you really want is to study me. To understand kindred power, so you can use it for your own purposes. You're kinder than Xavian, but you still see me as a tool. Theron had the grace to look slightly ashamed. The girl speaks the truth. I apologize for my presumption. I don't want to be anyone's weapon, Iskira continued, addressing the entire assembly now. I don't want to be hunted or captured or controlled. I just want to live. To learn what I am without fear of execution. To decide my own future instead of having it dictated by alphas and politics and ancient feuds. She felt the kindred power building in her chest, responding to her emotional intensity. The silver light began to seep from her skin, gentle but undeniable. I am kindred, she said, her voice resonating with that otherworldly echo. I carry the bloodline of those who walked beside wolves before packs existed. I am not broken. I am not cursed. I am not mistaken. Her eyes found Xavian's. And I will not apologize for surviving. The light expanded, washing across the clearing in waves. Wolves gasped as they felt it, not a command or an attack, but something gentler. A sharing of emotion. Iskira let them feel what she felt. The loneliness of being wolfless, the pain of constant rejection, the terror of the execution stone, the confusion of awakening to power she didn't understand. She let them feel her truth. When the light faded, many of the wolves looked shaken. Some had tears in their eyes. They'd experienced 23 years of Iskira's life in the span of a heartbeat, and it had changed something in them. Even Eloan looked unsettled, her perfect composure cracked. Xavian stood frozen, his face pale. Through the mate bond, Iskira felt the full force of his guilt crashing down on him. He'd felt everything, every moment of suffering, every casual cruelty, every day she'd survived in a pack that saw her as less than nothing. And he'd done nothing to stop it. Had barely even noticed her existence until fate forced him to. I'll go with Alpha Theron, Iskira said quietly. Not because I trust him completely, but because staying here means death. And I'm not ready to die. She looked at Xavian one last time. The mate bond ties us together, whether we want it or not. I feel you, and you feel me. That's not going to change. But I won't force you to accept it. If you want me, you know where to find me. If you don't. She swallowed hard. Then I'll learn to live with a bond that only goes one way. She turned away from him, from Ironfang, from everything she'd ever known. Varya stepped up beside her, her weathered hand finding Iskira's. I'm coming with you, the old woman said firmly. Someone needs to continue your training, and I don't trust anyone else to do it properly. Theron nodded his approval. You're both welcome in Shadowmere. My word is Alpha. As they prepared to leave, Iskira heard movement behind her. She turned to find Xavian standing alone, having moved away from his pack. His expression was raw, unguarded in a way she'd never seen. Iskira, he said, his voice barely above a whisper, but loud enough for her enhanced kindred senses to hear. He stopped, clearly struggling with words he'd never learned to say. Through the mate bond, she felt the storm raging inside him. Duty versus desire, pack loyalty versus mate bond, fear versus love. Don't, Iskira said softly. Don't say anything you don't mean. Don't make promises you can't keep. I felt it, Xavian said, ignoring her warning. What you showed us. What you've endured. I felt all of it. And his hands clenched into fists. I should have protected you. Should have seen you. Should have. But you didn't. The words were simple, factual, and they cut deeper than any accusation. And now I have to protect myself. She walked away before he could respond, before the tears threatening to fall could betray her. Varya and Theron flanked her as they moved toward the edge of the clearing, toward Shadowmere territory and whatever future awaited there. Behind her, she heard Aloan's voice, sharp and triumphant.
See?
She leaves willingly. The problem solves itself. Now we can proceed with our bonding ceremony as planned. The sound that erupted from Xavian was barely human. A roar of such rage and anguish that it echoed across the entire forest. Through the mate bond, Iskira felt his control shatter, felt something fundamental break inside him. She didn't look back. She couldn't, because if she saw the devastation on his face, she might go back to him. And going back would mean death, if not from Aloan's machinations, then from the slow poison of loving someone who would never choose her publicly. As they crossed into Shadowmere territory, Iskira felt the Ironfang pack bonds she'd carried her entire life begin to fray and dissolve. She was packless now, alone except for Varya and the uncertain sanctuary of strangers. But she was alive, and that was enough for now. You handled that well, Theron said as they walked. Better than I expected for one so newly awakened. I didn't handle anything, Iskira replied. I just told the truth. If that was impressive, it says more about how rare honesty is among packs than about my abilities. Theron laughed, a deep rumbling sound. I like you, girl. You have a spine. Shadowmere will be good for you. Will it? Iskira glanced back one last time, though the whispering woods had disappeared behind them. Or am I just trading one cage for another? That, Theron said seriously, will depend entirely on you. They walked in silence for several minutes before Varya spoke, her voice thoughtful. Did you feel it? When you shared your truth with the pack? Feel what? The connections forming. Threads of sympathy, of understanding. You didn't command them. You touched their hearts. Make them see you as a person rather than a problem. Varya's amber eyes gleamed in the darkness. That is the true power of Kindred. Not domination, but connection. Empathy is weaponized.
Iskira thought about that.
About the wolves who'd had tears in their eyes. About the shift in the crowd's energy after she'd shared her pain. About Xavian's face crumpling under the weight of guilt. I didn't mean to manipulate them, she said quietly. You didn't manipulate. You simply showed them the truth they'd been avoiding. Varya patted her hand. Sometimes the most revolutionary act is refusing to hide. They walked through the night, leaving Ironfang territory farther and farther behind. But Iskira could still feel Xavian through the mate bond, a constant ache in her chest, a presence she couldn't escape no matter how many miles separated them. He was suffering. She could feel it like a physical wound. Part of her was glad. Let him hurt the way he'd hurt her. Let him feel the consequences of his choices. But another part, the part connected to him by invisible threads of fate, wanted to turn back. I wanted to comfort him, to ease his pain, to tell him everything would be okay. She did neither. She just kept walking. Dawn was breaking over the mountains when they finally reached the heart of Shadowmere territory. It was beautiful, a valley nestled between peaks, with a river running through the center and structures built in harmony with the landscape rather than dominating it. "Welcome home," Theron said. "Or, at least, welcome to what might become home, if you choose to stay." Iskira looked at the territory spread before her, at the wolves beginning to emerge for the morning, at the future that remained unwritten. Behind her, miles away, Xavian stood alone in the Whispering Woods clearing. The Ironfang pack had dispersed, returning to the stronghold. Even Aloan had left, her perfect face twisted with fury at being dismissed. He remained, staring at the place where Iskira had stood, where she'd shared her truth and broken something inside him. The mate bond pulsed between them, a connection that spanned distance and denial. Through it, they felt each other's pain, each other's loneliness, each other's desperate wish that things could be different. But wishes changed nothing. And the sun rose on a new reality. Iskira in Shadowmere, Xavian in Ironfang, and between them a bond that neither could break nor fully accept. The question was, how long could they survive being apart? Chapter 5. Shadowmere was nothing like Ironfang. Where Ironfang's stronghold had been built from stone and dominance, carved into the mountain like a fortress meant to withstand siege, Shadowmere felt alive. The main dwelling was constructed around ancient trees rather than cutting them down, with walkways that spiraled up through branches and living quarters that seemed to grow organically from the landscape itself. Iskira stood on the balcony of the room Theron had given her, watching the pack move through their morning routines below. There was laughter here, actual joy in the voices of wolves greeting each other. Children played without fear of punishment for being too loud. Omegas worked alongside betas without the rigid hierarchy that had defined every moment of Iskira's life in Ironfang. It was disconcerting. "You look like someone who's never seen a functional pack before," Vario observed from the doorway. The old woman had been given quarters adjacent to Iskira's, and she'd spent the night unpacking the few possessions she'd brought from her treehouse. "Is it always like this?" Iskira asked. "So, peaceful." Shadowmere has a different philosophy than most packs. They believe strength comes from unity rather than dominance. That a pack thrives when every member is valued, not just the alphas and betas. Varia moved to stand beside her. It's radical. And it makes them vulnerable to packs like Ironfang, who see kindness as weakness. Then why hasn't Ironfang conquered them? Because Theron is no fool. He may lead with compassion, but he's also one of the most powerful alphas in the territories. Cross him, and you learn very quickly that peace is a choice, not a limitation. Varia's expression grew thoughtful. He's been alpha for 40 years. In that time, Shadowmere has never started a war, but they've never lost one either. A knock on the door interrupted them. A young woman entered, early 20s, with warm brown skin and dark hair woven with silver beads. Her eyes were kind, and she carried a tray laden with breakfast foods. "Good morning," she said, her voice musical. "Alpha Theron asked me to bring you food and help you settle in. My name is Oriva. I'm one of the pack healers." "Thank you," Iskira said, surprised by the genuine warmth in the woman's smile. In Ironfang, servants had avoided eye contact with her, as if wolflessness might be contagious. Oriva set the tray down and studied Iskira with open curiosity. "Is it true you commanded 11 Shadowcrest warriors simultaneously?" "The whole pack is buzzing about it." Iskira shifted uncomfortably. Yes. But I barely knew what I was doing. It was mostly instinct. Mostly instinct, and you still terrified an entire hunting party. Oriva's smile widened. I'd say that's pretty impressive. Though you should know, not everyone here is happy about your arrival. There are wolves who think harboring a kindred is dangerous. That the old laws existed for a reason. The old laws that justify genocide? Various said sharply. Oriva had the grace to look uncomfortable. I'm not saying I agree. Just warning you that you'll face some resistance. Especially from Elder Cassius. He's traditional. As if summoned by his name, voices rose from the courtyard below. Iskira moved to the balcony railing and looked down to see Theron in heated discussion with an elderly wolf whose silver hair and rigid posture screamed disapproval. That's him, Oriva murmured, joining her. Elder Cassius. He's been with Shadowmere since before Theron became Alpha. Very influential, very set in his ways. Even from this distance, Iskira could hear fragments of the argument. Reckless endangerment of the entire pack. My decision as Alpha, and I don't recall asking for your approval. Kindred who could turn our own wolves against us. Enough, Cassius. She stays. End of discussion. The elder stormed off, his fury evident in every rigid line of his body. Theron looked up, catching Iskira's eye, and offered an apologetic shrug before heading back inside. Well, Various said dryly, that could have gone worse. The rest of the morning passed in a blur of introductions and explanations. Oriva showed them around Shadowmere, the healing dens, the training grounds, the communal dining hall where pack members ate together regardless of rank. It was overwhelming and strange, and nothing like the rigid hierarchy Iskira had known her entire life. By midday, Theron summoned them to his private study. It was a circular room at the top of the tallest tree dwelling, lined with books and maps and artifacts from centuries past. The Alpha sat behind a desk carved from a single piece of dark wood, his mercury eyes thoughtful. I trust you're settling in, he asked. Everyone's been very kind, Iskira said carefully. Except for Elder Cassius, apparently. Theron sighed. Cassius lost his mate and daughter to a kindred 200 years ago, during the final purge. The kindred in question went mad with power, tried to enslave an entire pack. Cassius's family died in the resulting battle. His expression grew somber. I can't ask him to forget that pain, but I can ensure he doesn't let his past dictate our future. What do you want from me? Iskira asked bluntly. You offered sanctuary, but nothing is free. What's the price? Theron smiled, as if he'd been waiting for her to ask.
Direct.
I appreciate that. The truth is, Iskira, your awakening has created ripples across every pack in the territories. Some see you as a threat. Some see you as an opportunity. And a few, like me, see you as a chance to change how packs operate. Change how? The pack system is broken, Theron said flatly. Built on dominance and fear, where strength is the only currency that matters. It creates alphas like Xavian, powerful but isolated, unable to show weakness, forced to make decisions based on politics rather than morality. He leaned forward. Kindred represents balance. A force that could influence alphas without overpowering them. That could challenge injustice without requiring physical strength. We lost that balance when we hunted your kind to extinction. So, you want me to be what? A check on alpha power? I want you to be whatever you choose to be. But yes, I hope that your presence will remind packs that there are different kinds of strength. That power without compassion is just brutality. Theron's gaze intensified. I want to help you become strong enough that no alpha can ever threaten you again. And in exchange, I ask that you use that strength wisely. Iskira thought about the execution stone, about Xavian's cold rejection, about a lifetime of being powerless. And if I choose to use my strength for revenge? If I decide every alpha who's ever hurt someone weaker deserves to suffer? Then I'll have made a terrible mistake in offering you sanctuary, Theron said simply. But I don't think that's who you are. You could have killed those Shadowcrest warriors. Instead, you sent them away with a warning. You could have dominated Xavian's entire pack when they came for you. Instead, you showed them the truth and let them choose how to respond. He smiled slightly. That's not the behavior of someone hungry for revenge. That's the behavior of someone who wants justice. Before Iskira could respond, alarms began sounding throughout Shadowmere. Howls of warning echoed across the valley, and Theron was on his feet immediately, his body tensing with alpha authority. "What's happening?" Varia demanded. A warrior burst through the door, breathing hard. "Alpha, we have intruders at the eastern border. They're demanding to speak with you immediately. They claim they have information about a threat to the Kindred." "How many?" "Just two. A male and a female. They're not showing hostile intent, but..." The warrior hesitated. "They're wearing the marks of the Crimson Fong pack." Theron's expression darkened. Crimson Fong hasn't been seen in these territories for a decade. They're mercenaries and assassins. What would they want with us? "Only one way to find out," Varia said, already moving toward the door. They descended to the main courtyard where a crowd had gathered. At the center stood two figures who looked like they'd been through hell, clothes torn and bloodied, faces gaunt with exhaustion. But despite their condition, they radiated the deadly grace of trained killers. The male was tall and lean, with copper-colored hair and familiar sharp features. Iskira's breath caught as recognition hit her. "You," she said. "You led the Shadowcrest hunting party." The man's lips quivered in a humorless smile. "My name is Riven. And yes, I had the dubious honor of being humiliated by you several nights ago." He gestured to the woman beside him, smaller, with dark hair and eyes like chips of ice. "This is Sable. We've deserted our pack to bring you a warning." "Why would Shadowcrest warriors come here?" Theron demanded. "And why should we believe anything you say?" "Because," Sable said, her voice rough, "we're not actually Shadowcrest. We were hired by them to hunt the Kindred. But what we discovered while tracking her..." She exchanged glances with Riven. "There's something worse than pack politics at play here. Something that threatens every wolf in the territories." "Explain," Theron commanded. Riven pulled a folded parchment from his jacket and handed it to the Alpha. "We intercepted this 2 days ago. It's a contract put out by someone called the Collector. They're offering a fortune for the Kindred, alive and undamaged. But it's not just about her. They're also collecting artifacts, old texts, anything related to Kindred history." Theron read the parchment, his expression growing increasingly grim. He passed it to Varia, who went pale. "What?" Iskira asked, fear coiling in her stomach. "What does it say?" "It's a ritual," Varia whispered. "An old one. The kind that requires kindred blood and specific artifacts to perform." Her amber eyes found Iskira's. "This person, the Collector, they're trying to create an artificial kindred. A being with all the power, but none of the natural limitations." "That's impossible," Iskira said. "You can't just create kindred. It's a bloodline." "There are ways," Varia interrupted. "Dark ways. Forbidden for good reason. If someone succeeds in creating an artificial kindred, they could control wolves on a scale never seen before. They could enslave entire packs, turn them into armies. They could reshape the entire power structure of the territories," Theron finished, "making themselves the ultimate alpha, the ruler of all packs." Silence fell over the courtyard as the implications sank in. "Who would do this?" Oriva asked. "Who has the resources and knowledge to even attempt something so dangerous?" "We don't know," Sable admitted. "The contract was placed through intermediaries. But whoever the Collector is, they're powerful enough to hire multiple packs, rich enough to offer fortunes, and connected enough to access forbidden texts from archives that should be sealed." Iskira's mind raced. The artifacts they're collecting. What kind? Riven pulled out another parchment, this one listing items with descriptions. Kindred binding stones. Blood vessels used in ancient covenant ceremonies. The Heartsong mirror, which supposedly reflects a kindred's true power. And he paused, his expression troubled. The chains of dominion, supposedly forged by the first alphas who turned against kindred. Legend says they can bind kindred power completely, turning the wearer into a puppet. "Those are myths," Varia said, but her voice lacked conviction. "Stories told to frighten children." "Are they?" Riven challenged. Because we watched 3 packs tear apart a sacred site last week looking for the Heartsong mirror. They found something and left in a hurry. Whatever they discovered, they believed it was real. A cold dread settled over Iskira. Someone out there was collecting weapons specifically designed to capture and control her. And they had the resources to hire entire packs to do it. Why come to us? Theron asked Riven and Sable. Why not keep this information and collect the bounty yourselves? Because, Riven said quietly, I felt what she did to us in the forest. She could have killed us, could have enslaved us, could have made us suffer for hunting her. Instead, she just wanted to be left alone. He met Iskira's eyes. That kind of mercy is rare, worth protecting. Sable nodded. And because whoever the collector is, they're dangerous enough that we'd rather fight beside the Kindred than against her. Theron studied them for a long moment, then nodded. You're granted sanctuary in Shadowmere, but you'll be watched. Try anything that threatens this pack, and mercy won't save you. Understood, Alpha. As the crowd began to disperse, Iskira felt the weight of new information pressing down on her. She'd thought escaping Iron Fang would give her time to learn, to grow stronger. But instead, she just learned she was being hunted by something far more dangerous than jealous alphas and political rivals. Varia took her arm gently.
Come.
We need to accelerate your training. If the collector is searching for artifacts, we have weeks at most before they make their move. They were heading back to their quarters when Iskira felt it, a sharp spike of emotion through the mate bond. Fear, anger, and something that felt like betrayal. Xavian. She stopped mid-step, pressing her hand to her chest where the bond pulsed with warning. Something had happened in Iron Fang. Something bad. What is it? Varia asked. Xavian, Iskira whispered. He's in trouble. Through the bond, she felt his emotions churning, rage at being deceived, horror at a discovery, and beneath it all, a desperate need to reach her, to warn her. Then the emotions cut off abruptly, as if someone had slammed a door between them. Iskira gasped, the sudden silence more terrifying than the chaotic emotions had been. The mate bond was still there. She could feel the thread connecting them, but Xavian's end had gone dark. Either he was unconscious, or someone had found a way to block the connection. Something's wrong, she said, turning to Theron. Something's happened to Xavian. How do you know? The mate bond. I felt him, and then, she gestured helplessly. Nothing. Like someone turned off a light. Theron and Varia exchanged worried glances. There are ways to temporarily block mate bonds, Varia said slowly. But they require powerful magic and specific knowledge. The kind of knowledge someone collecting kindred artifacts might possess. The implication hung in the air. The collector wasn't just hunting Iskira. They were making moves against anyone connected to her. And Xavian, as her mate, was a perfect target. We need to go back, Iskira said, already moving toward the exit. We need to think, Theron interrupted, his alpha authority stopping her in her tracks. Running blindly into Iron Fang territory when we don't know what we're facing is suicide. And it's exactly what whoever did this would want, to draw you out, make you vulnerable. But he could be dying. Or it could be a trap, Varia said gently, using the mate bond to manipulate you into doing something reckless. Iskira wanted to argue, and wanted to insist they were wrong. But her training with Varia had taught her to think strategically, to not let emotion override logic. What do we do? She asked, forcing herself to stay calm. We gather information, Theron said. Riven, Sable, I'm sending you back toward Iron Fang territory as scouts. Find out what happened, but don't engage. Report back within 2 days. The 2 deserters nodded and disappeared to prepare. And me? Iskira asked. You train, Varia said firmly. Because when the collector makes their move, and they will make their move, you need to be ready to face them with everything you have. But Xavian will survive or won't based on his own strength, Theron interrupted. I know it's hard, but you can't save everyone, Iskira. Sometimes the best thing you can do is make yourself strong enough that you don't need saving. Iskira wanted to scream that it wasn't about needing saving, that it was about not abandoning someone who shared her soul even if he'd rejected her. But she bit back the words and nodded. They were right. Rushing into danger wouldn't help Xavian. It would just give the Collector exactly what they wanted, a vulnerable Kindred. As Varia led her back to their quarters to begin intensive training, Iskira sent one thought through the mate bond, hoping against hope that Xavian could somehow hear it. Hold on. I'm coming. Just hold on. But the bond remained dark and silent. And somewhere in the shadows, the Collector smiled. Chapter 6. The training grounds of Shadowmere were located in a secluded glen, surrounded by ancient standing stones that hummed with residual magic. Varia had explained that the stones were older than the packs themselves, placed by Kindred centuries ago to create spaces where their power could flow freely without interference. Iskira stood in the center of the circle, sweat dripping down her face despite the cold. They'd been at this for hours, and her body screamed with exhaustion. But Varia showed no mercy. Again, the old woman commanded, "Reach for the bond without emotion. Pure intent. You need to touch his consciousness without letting your feelings overwhelm the connection." Iskira closed her eyes and reached through the mate bond for what felt like the 100th time. The connection was still there, a golden thread stretching across the miles to where Xavian existed. But it was muffled, wrapped in something dark and oily that prevented her from fully connecting. She pushed harder, pouring kindred power into the bond, trying to burn through whatever was blocking it. Pain exploded behind her eyes. Iskira cried out and fell to her knees, clutching her head as agony lanced through her skull. "Stop forcing it," Varia snapped, kneeling beside her. "What have I told you about brute strength versus finesse?" "That I'm terrible at finesse," Iskira gasped, waiting for the pain to subside. "Because you keep trying to overwhelm obstacles instead of flowing around them." Varia helped her to her feet. "The block on your mate bond is designed to trigger pain if you push too hard. It's a defensive mechanism. You need to approach it differently."
How?
"By understanding what you're actually feeling through the bond. Close your eyes. Don't try to push through the block. Just observe it. What does it feel like? Taste like? Sounds like?" Iskira took a shaky breath and tried again, this time approaching the bond with curiosity rather than desperation. She let her consciousness brush against the dark barrier without trying to break through it. It felt wrong. Not natural like the mate bond itself, but artificial. Constructed. She could sense the edges of it, the places where whatever magic had been used was anchored to Xavian's consciousness. And, beneath the block, she could feel him. Faint, but present.
Alive.
Relief flooded through her. He wasn't dead. Whatever had happened, Xavian was still breathing. "I feel him," she whispered. "He's alive." "Good," Varia said. "Now observe without attachment. What else can you sense?" Iskira focused, pushing aside her relief and fear. Beneath those surface emotions, she could feel something else through the muffled bond. Xavian was angry. No, furious. And beneath the fury was betrayal so deep it felt like a physical wound. "Someone's hurt him," Iskira said. "Not physically. Emotionally. He feels betrayed." "By whom?" "I don't know. The block is too strong. I can only get impressions, not details." Varia nodded thoughtfully. "That's more than most could manage with a blocked bond. Your kindred abilities are strengthening the connection beyond what normal mate bonds allow."
She paused.
"There's something else you should know. The type of magic blocking your bond, I've only seen it once before. Where? In text describing how alphas used to imprison kindred during the purge. They would capture a kindred and block their ability to call for help through pack bonds or mate bonds. Made them easier to contain." Varia's expression darkened. This block was designed specifically to work against kindred connection magic. Whoever placed it on Xavian knew exactly what they were doing. The implication settled over Iskira like ice water. The Collector. "Most likely. They're making their move, systematically removing your advantages. Block your mate bond so you can't coordinate with Xavian. Isolate you from potential allies. And then strike when I'm vulnerable," Iskira finished. She clenched her fists, feeling the kindred power stirring restlessly in her chest. Then we don't give them the chance. We attack first. With what army? What weapons? What knowledge of who or where they are? Varia challenged. You're thinking with your heart instead of your head, child. That will get you killed. Then what do you suggest? Wait here while Xavian suffers? While the collector gets closer to whatever they're planning? I suggest you finish your training so you're not easy prey when the trap springs. Varia's voice softened slightly. I know it's hard, but rushing in unprepared won't save him. It will just give the collector 2 prizes instead of 1. Before Askira could respond, Oriva came running into the glen, her face flushed with exertion. Theron sent me. Riven and Sable are back, earlier than expected, and they brought someone with them. The main hall of Shadowmere was packed with wolves when Askira arrived. At the center of the crowd stood Riven and Sable, both looking worse for wear, flanking a third figure who made Askira's breath catch. Eloan. The Beta's daughter looked nothing like the perfect, poised woman who'd stood beside Xavian. Her ice blue dress was torn and mud-stained, her silver blonde hair hung in tangled ropes, and dried blood crusted one side of her face. But it was her eyes that shocked Askira most. They held genuine terror. What is this? Theron demanded, his alpha authority filling the room. Why have you brought her here? Because she asked us to, Riven said. We found her half dead in the forest, running from something. When she realized who we were, she begged us to bring her to you. Eloan's eyes found Askira across the room. Please, she rasped, her voice hoarse. I need to speak with Kindred. It's about Xavian. About what's happening in Ironfang. Askira's first instinct was to refuse. This woman had orchestrated her execution, had stood beside Xavian while he rejected their mate bond. But the desperation in Eloan's eyes was real, and through the blocked mate bond, Askira could still feel Xavian's distant anguish. Let her speak, Askira said. Theron gestured for Eloan to continue. The woman swayed on her feet, clearly at the edge of collapse, but forced herself to stand straight. 3 days ago, a stranger arrived at Ironfang. Eloan began. They called themselves Mordain. Said they were a traveling scholar interested in pack history. Alpha Xavian granted them hospitality, allowed them access to our archives. Her hands clenched into fists. It was a mistake. Mordain wasn't a scholar. They were the collector. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Askira stepped forward. What happened? Mordain spent 2 days studying our records, asking questions about ancient pack traditions, about kindred history. We thought nothing of it. Scholars visit occasionally. But on the 3rd night, I woke to screaming. Eloan's voice shook. I found Mordain in the archive chamber, surrounded by artifacts they'd stolen from our vaults. When I tried to stop them, She pulled aside her torn dress, revealing a mark burned into her shoulder. It looked like a brand, swirling symbols that seemed to writhe even as Askira watched. Varia hissed in recognition. A compliance mark. Old magic. Very dark. Mordain marked me and told me everything. Eloan continued. Said they wanted me to understand what was happening before I died. They're collecting kindred artifacts to perform a ritual, one that will let them create an artificial kindred bond with any alpha they choose. They can force a mate bond, bypass the moon goddess's choice entirely. That's impossible, someone in the crowd said. Mate bonds are sacred. They can't be manufactured. They can with the right ingredients, Varia said grimly. Kindred blood. Artifacts infused with covenant magic. And an alpha willing to submit to the ritual, or an alpha forced to submit. Askira's blood turned to ice. Xavian. Eloan nodded, tears streaming down her face. Mordain wants to bond with Xavian. To use him as their puppet alpha, the most powerful in the Northern Territories. Once bonded, they can control him, use his authority to dominate Ironfang, then expand to other packs. With a false mate bond and kindred abilities combined, they'd be unstoppable. Why tell us this? Theron demanded. You orchestrated Askira's execution. You wanted her dead. Why betray your own pack to warn us? Because I was wrong. Aloan said, her voice breaking. About everything. When Iskira shared her truth with us that night in the Whispering Woods, when she let us feel what she'd endured, I felt it too. All of it. The loneliness, the pain, the courage it took to survive. She looked directly at Iskira. I spent my whole life believing I deserved to be Luna because of my bloodline, my beauty, my status. But you deserve it because of who you are. Because you chose compassion over revenge. Because you're stronger than I could ever be. Iskira didn't know what to say. This woman had wanted her dead, and now she was, what? Apologizing? Mordain is going to perform the ritual tomorrow night, Aloan continued. At the old Covenant site where the first Kindred and wolves made their pact. They need 3 things. Kindred artifacts, which they've collected. An alpha to bond with, Xavian, who they've already captured. And her eyes found Iskira's. The blood of the last true Kindred. Your blood. So this is a trap, Sable said. They sent you here to tell us about the ritual, knowing Iskira would come to save her mate. Yes, Aloan admitted. But Mordain made a mistake. They thought their compliance mark would force me to lure Iskira without warning her. They didn't account for this. She pressed her hand to the mark on her shoulder, and her face contorted with agony. But she pushed through it. The mark forces obedience, but it can be resisted if you're willing to endure the pain. And I'm willing. Because maybe if I help save Xavian, it will balance some small part of what I've done. The mark flared brighter, and Aloan screamed. Smoke began rising from the brand, and the smell of burning flesh filled the hall. Stop. Iskira rushed forward, reaching for her kindred power. She placed her hands over the mark and pushed healing energy into it, trying to ease Aloan's suffering. The mark resisted, fighting against the healing magic. But Iskira was stronger now than she'd been weeks ago. She poured more power into the connection, and slowly, the brand began to fade. When it finally disappeared completely, Aloan collapsed. Iskira caught her before she hit the ground. Thank you, Aloan whispered. I don't deserve your help, but thank you. You came here to warn me, Iskira said quietly. You resisted dark magic to give me a chance. That takes courage. Theron stepped forward, his expression grave. If what she says is true, we have less than a day to prepare. Mordain will expect Iskira to come charging in to save Xavian, which means we need to do exactly that, but smarter. It's still a trap, Riven pointed out. Even if we know it's coming, that doesn't make it less dangerous. Then we spring the trap, Iskira said, feeling certainty settle over her. But on our terms. Mordain wants my blood for their ritual. They need me alive and cooperative. That gives us an advantage.
How?
Varia asked. Because I'm going to let them capture me. The room erupted in protests, but Iskira raised her hand in silence. The kindred power resonated in her voice, compelling attention. Listen. Mordain has prepared for a fight. They've set their trap assuming I'll try to rescue Xavian through force. But what if I surrender willingly? What if I give them exactly what they think they want? They'll kill you the moment they have your blood, Theron said. Not if I make them believe they need me alive for the ritual to work. Not if I convince them that killing me will destroy the very power they're trying to steal. Iskira's mind raced, pieces falling into place. Varia, you said the ritual requires kindred blood. But it's not just blood, is it? It requires willing participation. Consent. Varia's eyes widened with understanding. The old covenant was based on mutual agreement. Kindred and wolves choose to work together. A ritual trying to replicate that would need the same foundation. So, I make them think I'm cooperating, Iskira continued. I get close enough to Xavian to break whatever's blocking our mate's bond. And once that's broken, we fight back together. You're assuming you can break the block, Sable said skeptically. What if you can't? Then I improvise. But sitting here while Xavian is captured and Mordain gets closer to completing their ritual isn't an option. Iskira looked around the room at the assembled wolves. I didn't ask to be kindred. I didn't ask for this power or this responsibility. But I have it now. And I'm going to use it to stop someone from perverting everything kindred were meant to be. Theron studied her for a long moment, then nodded slowly. It's risky, possibly suicidal, but it might work. He turned to his pack. Who's willing to follow the Kindred into what's almost certainly a trap? Iskira expected hesitation, expected fear. Instead, nearly every wolf in the hall stepped forward, including several who'd been vocal about not trusting her. Why? She asked, genuinely confused. Most of you barely know me. An older wolf spoke up, one of the elders who'd been skeptical of her presence. Because you healed Aloan even after what she did to you. Because you're willing to walk into danger to save your mate even though he rejected you. Because the elder's voice roughened with emotion. Because that's what Kindred was supposed to be. Protectors.
Healers.
The conscience of the packs.
We forgot that.
You're reminding us. Iskira felt tears burning behind her eyes, but blinked them back. Thank you. Don't thank us yet, Riven said dryly. We might all die tomorrow. Then we'll die fighting, Theron said with fierce certainty. Varia, you have until dawn to give Iskira every piece of knowledge about Covenant magic you possess. The rest of you, prepare for battle. We leave at dusk tomorrow. The crowd dispersed to make ready. Iskira found herself standing beside Aloan, who looked like she might collapse again at any moment. You should rest, Iskira said. I should help you prepare. I know Ironfang's territory better than anyone. I can. You can heal, Iskira interrupted gently. You've done enough. Let someone else fight this battle. Aloan's eyes filled with tears. I wish I'd been strong enough to see the truth sooner. To stand up for what was right instead of what was convenient. You're seeing it now. That's what matters. Is it? Aloan's voice broke. I orchestrated your execution. I stood beside Xavian while he rejected his own mate. I helped create the situation that made you vulnerable to the Collector. How do I live with that? Iskira thought about the execution stone, about the terror of waiting for the blade to fall, about the loneliness of being invisible for 23 years. By all rights, she should hate this woman. Should want revenge. But she'd learned something in the weeks since her awakening. Hate was exhausting. And revenge wouldn't erase the past. You live with it by being better, Iskira said finally. By making different choices going forward. By using your regret as fuel to help others instead of letting it destroy you. She met Aloan's eyes. I'm not saying I forgive you. Not completely. But I understand that you were taught to value the wrong things. And you're trying to learn better now. That's enough for me. Aloan nodded, unable to speak. Oriva appeared to lead her to the healing dens, leaving Iskira alone with her thoughts. Through the mate bond, she could still feel Xavian's presence, faint and muffled, but there. She sent a thought through the connection, not expecting a response, but needing to say it anyway. I'm coming for you. Hold on just a little longer. The bond pulsed once, whether in response or just her imagination, she couldn't tell. Dawn came too quickly. Iskira stood in the training circle with Varia, absorbing the final lessons the old woman could teach in the hours remaining. The Covenant site is sacred ground, Varia explained, drawing symbols in the dirt. It amplifies Kindred power, but also makes you vulnerable. Any ritual performed there will be exponentially stronger than it would be elsewhere. So Mordain chose the location specifically to maximize their chances of success.
Exactly.
But it also means your power will be stronger there. If you can disrupt the ritual, the backlash will be significant. Varia's expression grew troubled. There's something else. The ritual Mordain is attempting, if it succeeds, it won't just create a false mate bond. It will corrupt the very concept of mate bonds. Every true bond in existence will be weakened, tainted by the artificial one. Iskira's stomach dropped. Including mine with Xavian. Including all of them. Mate bonds are sacred. They're the moon goddess's greatest gift to our kind. Perverting that gift could have consequences we can't even imagine. The weight of what Iskira was facing settled over her like a physical burden. This wasn't just about saving Xavian anymore. It was about protecting something fundamental to every wolf in existence. No pressure, she muttered. Varia smiled grimly. You're stronger than you know, child. Trust your instincts. Trust your power. and trust that the moon goddess didn't awaken you just to watch you fail. Do you really believe that? That the goddess has a plan? I believe that you survived 23 years in a pack that saw you as worthless. I believe that you awakened at the exact moment before your death. I believe that you found me when you needed training, found Theron when you needed sanctuary, and found the strength to spare your enemies when you could have destroyed them. Varia's amber eyes gleamed. That's either remarkable luck or divine intervention. Either way, I'm betting on you. As the sun climbed higher, Shadowmere prepared for war. Warriors sharpened weapons, healers prepared supplies, and scouts mapped the fastest routes to the Covenant site. Iskira stood apart from the activity, trying to center herself. She reached for the mate bond one more time, feeling Xavian's presence through the barrier blocking them. I love you, she thought, the admission surprising even her. I don't know if you'll ever accept that. Don't know if we'll survive long enough for it to matter. But I need you to know, I love you. Not because of the mate bond. Because of who you are beneath the alpha mask. Because I felt your heart through our connection, and it's good. Conflicted and damaged and afraid, but good. The bond pulsed stronger than before. And for just a moment, Iskira could have sworn she felt a response.
Come back to me.
Both of us. Together. Then the connection was muffled again, and Iskira was left wondering if she'd imagined it. It's time, Theron said, appearing beside her. Are you ready? Iskira looked at the assembled pack, wolves who barely knew her but were willing to fight beside her. She thought of Xavian, captured and alone. She thought of Mordain, trying to corrupt something sacred for power. She reached for the warmth in her chest, feeling the kindred core pulse with readiness. Ready, she said. The hunt was about to become the hunted. Chapter 7. The Covenant site rested in a valley where 3 territories met: Ironfang, Shadowmere, and the unclaimed wilds beyond. Ancient standing stones formed a perfect circle around a raised dais of white marble that seemed to glow with its own inner light, even in the gathering dusk. Iskira stood at the edge of the tree line, studying the site with Theron and Varia flanking her. Behind them, 40 Shadowmere warriors waited in absolute silence, hidden among the shadows. I count at least 60 wolves, Riven murmured, his sharp eyes scanning the perimeter. Ironfang warriors, but they're moving wrong. Stiff. Mechanical. Controlled, Varia said grimly. Mordain must have found a way to compel obedience without mate bonds. More dark magic. Iskira could see them now, Ironfang warriors she recognized from her years in the pack, standing motionless around the stone circle like statues. Their eyes were vacant, empty of the fierce intelligence that normally defined pack wolves. At the center of the dais stood a figure cloaked in midnight blue, their face hidden beneath a deep hood. Beside them, chained to the altar with silver that glowed sickly green, was Xavian. The mate bond flared with recognition and pain. Iskira could feel his agony through the muffled connection, the silver burning his skin, the fury at being helpless, the shame of being captured in his own territory. Easy, Theron murmured, sensing her tension. Remember the plan. You go in alone. Make them think you're surrendering. We wait for your signal, then strike. And if I can't give the signal? Iskira asked. Then we strike anyway and hope you survive the chaos. Theron's mercury eyes held hers. This is your last chance to change your mind. No one would blame you for choosing a different path. Iskira thought about running, about disappearing into the wilds and leaving the packs to their politics and power struggles. She could survive alone with various teachings, could build a life far from mate bonds and collectors and ancient rituals. But Xavian's pain pulsed through their connection, and she knew she couldn't abandon him. Couldn't abandon the other wolves whose mate bonds would be corrupted if Mordain succeeded. I'm going in, she said. Varia gripped her shoulder. Remember everything I taught you. The ritual requires your consent. They can't force you to participate. Use that. By time. Iskira nodded and stepped out of the tree line. Immediately, every vacant-eyed warrior turned toward her. But they didn't attack. They simply watched as she walked toward the Covenant site, her hands raised to show she carried no weapons. The hooded figures had lifted as Iskira approached. When they spoke, their voice was neither male nor female, something in between, smooth as silk and cold as death. The kindred comes willingly. How delightful. They gestured, and the ring of warriors parted to allow Iskira passage. I am Mordain, as you've no doubt surmised. Welcome to your destiny, child. Iskira stepped into the stone circle, and power washed over her immediately. The Covenant site thrummed with energy, centuries of magic soaked into the very ground. It called to her kindred core, recognizing what she was, welcoming her home. Let him go, Iskira said, nodding toward Xavian. I came willingly. You don't need to hurt him anymore. Oh, but I do. Mordain circled the altar where Xavian was chained. Pain is an excellent motivator, and your mate has been remarkably resistant to my suggestions. The silver helps. Encourage cooperation. Xavian's storm-gray eyes found Iskira's. Through the mate bond, she felt his desperate attempt to warn her, to tell her to run. But she'd come too far to turn back now. What do you want from me? Iskira asked, forcing her voice to stay steady. Mordain laughed, the sound echoing strangely in the stone circle. I want to reshape the world, child. To take the power that should have been mine from birth and claim it through will and knowledge instead. They pushed back their hood, revealing a face that made Iskira's breath catch. Mordain was beautiful in an unsettling way, features too perfect to be natural, skin that seemed to shimmer between tones, eyes that shifted from amber to silver to green and back again. They looked young and ancient simultaneously, as if time touched them differently than it touched others. You're not a wolf, Iskira said.
No.
I'm something else. Something your kind tried to erase from history along with the kindred. Mordain's shifting eyes fixed on her. I am Chimera, born of human and wolf, but belonging to neither. We were the mistake, the abominations created when kindred and wolves first learned to breed together. Most of us were killed in infancy. Those who survived learned to hide, to pretend to be one thing or another. But we never forgot what was stolen from us. The ability to shift, Varia had mentioned once. Children born to kindred and wolves who inherited aspects of both, but could fully embody neither. They were rare, usually sterile, and often went mad from the conflicting energies in their blood. The ability to belong, Mordain corrected. To be accepted by either pack or kindred. We were rejected by everyone, so we learned to reject everyone in return. They moved closer to Iskira, studying her with disconcerting intensity. But you're pure kindred. Your blood carries power undiluted by generations of hiding and breeding with wolves. With your blood, I can complete the ritual. I can forge a mate bond with any alpha I choose and use their authority combined with kindred power to finally claim what should have been ours from the beginning. Why Xavian? Iskira asked, though she suspected she knew the answer. Because he's the strongest alpha in the Northern Territories. Because his pack is the most powerful. And because... Mordain smiled cruelly. Because he's your mate. There's delicious poetry in using your destined partner as the vessel for my ascension, don't you think? Xavian growled, the sound filled with alpha rage despite his chains. Touch her, and I'll tear you apart. You're in no position to make threats, Alpha. Mordain gestured, and the silver chains tightened, drawing a hiss of pain from Xavian. But your resistance is noted. It will make your eventual submission all the sweeter. Iskira's hands clenched into fists, kindred power rising instinctively to defend her mate. But she forced it back down. Not yet. She needed to understand the ritual first and find its weakness. How does it work? She asked. The ritual. You said you need my blood, but there must be more to it than that. Mordain's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. Clearly, they enjoyed explaining their cleverness. The ritual has 3 components. First, kindred blood willingly given, which anchors the artificial bond to authentic power. Second, an alpha bound in silver and moonlight, which strips away their ability to resist the bond formation. Third, they gestured to the artifacts arranged around the altar. Iskira recognized them from Riven's list. binding stones that pulsed with dark energy, blood vessels etched with ancient symbols, and at the center, a mirror that seemed to reflect nothing and everything simultaneously. The Heartsong Mirror. Varia had told her about this. It's supposed to reflect a kindred's true power, show them what they're capable of becoming. It does much more than that, Mordain said. It amplifies. When I channel your blood through the mirror while simultaneously binding the alpha, it will create a resonance, a false mate bond indistinguishable from a true one. And once that bond is in place, I will have everything. Kindred power, alpha authority, the ability to command any wolf in existence. It won't work, Iskira said, thinking frantically. Mate bonds require the moon goddess's blessing. You can't just create one artificially. Can't I? Mordain moved to stand before the mirror. The moon goddess is a story wolves tell themselves to feel special. The truth is simpler. Mate bonds are just advanced pack magic, a connection between compatible souls. And any magic can be replicated if you have the right components and enough knowledge. They pulled out a ceremonial knife, its blade gleaming silver white in the moonlight. Your blood, Iskira. Give it willingly, and I promise Xavian will survive this. Refuse, and I'll take it anyway, but he'll die slowly and painfully while you watch. Through the mate bond, Iskira felt Xavian's desperate plea. Don't do it. Let me die. Don't give them what they want. But she couldn't. The bond between them might be complicated and unacknowledged, but it was real. And she wouldn't let him die if she could prevent it. One condition, Iskira said. Mordain's eyebrows rose. You're negotiating? You said you need my blood willingly given. That implies I have a choice. Iskira forced herself to meet those shifting eyes. So, here's my condition. You let the other Ironfang wolves go. Release them from whatever control you're using. They're innocents in this. They're pawns. Tools. They're people. And if you want my cooperation, you'll treat them as such. Mordain studied her for a long moment, then laughed. You're magnificent.
Truly.
So much compassion even for those who've hurt you. They gestured, and Iskira felt a ripple of power wash across the stone circle. The vacant-eyed warriors suddenly gasped, awareness returning to their faces. They looked around in confusion, clearly having no memory of how they'd gotten there. There, Mordain said. Your conscience is satisfied. Now your blood. Iskira stepped forward, extending her hand. As Mordain raised the knife, she reached deep inside herself, finding the kindred core and pulling power from it. Not enough to be obvious, but enough to infuse her blood with intention. The blade cut across her palm. Blood welled up, bright red and gleaming with faint silver light. Mordain caught it in a crystal vessel, their expression one of hungry satisfaction. Perfect, they breathed. Now we can begin. They carried the vessel to the altar, pouring Iskira's blood into channels carved into the marble. The channels glowed as blood filled them, forming a pattern that looked like intersecting circles, the ancient symbol of covenant. Mordain began to chant in a language Iskira didn't recognize. The artifacts around the altar began to pulse in rhythm with the words, and the Heartsong Mirror's surface rippled like disturbed water. Iskira felt the ritual starting to take hold, power building in the air, reaching for her and Xavian simultaneously. The mate bond between them began to warp, to twist into something unnatural. Now, she thought desperately toward Theron and the waiting Shadowmere wolves.
Attack now.
But nothing happened. The forest remained still and silent. Panic spiked through Iskira. Has something happened to the others? Had Mordain anticipated the ambush? The chanting grew louder, and Xavian screamed as the ritual tore at his consciousness. Through their bond, Iskira felt his agony, felt Mordain's presence forcing its way into his soul like poison.
She had to stop this.
Had to disrupt the ritual before it was completed. Iskira reached for her kindred power and pushed. Energy exploded from her core, silver light blazing bright enough to hurt. She directed it at the blood channels, trying to break the pattern, to disrupt the flow of magic. The ritual stuttered. The artifacts dimmed. For a moment, She thought she'd succeeded. Then Mordain turned to face her, and their expression was one of triumph rather than dismay.
"Thank you," they said.
"I was wondering when you'd reveal your true strength." Too late, Iskira realized her mistake. The ritual didn't just need her blood, it needed her power. And by using her abilities to resist, she'd given Mordain exactly what they'd been waiting for. The Heartsong mirror flared brilliant white. It caught Iskira's power, reflected it, amplified it, and channeled it directly into Xavian. Iskira felt the artificial bond snap into place, a perversion of the true mate bond, dark and wrong and suffocating. Through it, she felt Mordain's consciousness invading Xavian's mind, claiming control of his wolf, his strength, his authority. "No!" Iskira screamed, pouring more power into breaking the false bond. But the mirror just amplified everything she did, feeding the ritual instead of destroying it. Mordain laughed, their form beginning to change. Fur rippled across their skin, not the full shift of a wolf, but something in between. Their eyes blazed with stolen power, and when they spoke, their voice carried alpha authority that didn't belong to them.
"Finally," they breathed.
After a lifetime of being neither wolf nor human, neither kindred nor pack, finally, I am everything. The Ironfang wolves who'd been released from control fell to their knees, compelled by the artificial alpha authority Mordain now wielded. Even the Shadowmere warriors Iskira could sense hidden in the forest felt the pull, the command to submit to this new, terrible power. Iskira stood alone in the stone circle, her power depleted from the failed resistance, watching Mordain transform into something that shouldn't exist. Then Xavian spoke. His voice was rough, strained, but filled with iron determination. "Iskira, the mirror. Break the mirror." Through their true mate bond, the one that still existed beneath the artificial corruption, Iskira felt his consciousness. Mordain hadn't fully taken control yet. Xavian was fighting back with everything he had, buying her time. But the mirror was surrounded by dark magic, protected by the same forces powering the ritual. Iskira couldn't reach it physically, and her kindred power just made things worse. Unless she thought about what Varia had taught her, about how kindred power worked through connection, through empathy, through touching souls. The mirror reflected power, amplified it. But what if she gave it something it couldn't amplify? What if instead of attacking with strength, she attacked with surrender? Iskira stopped fighting, stopped pushing against the ritual. Instead, she opened herself completely to the mate bond, the true one, the one the moon goddess had forged between her and Xavian. Love flooded through the connection. Not the desperate, fearful love of someone trying to save their mate, but something deeper. Acceptance of who Xavian was, flawed and proud and afraid, but good. Understanding of the impossible position he'd been in. Forgiveness for the rejection, for the execution order, for every moment of pain. And beneath all of it, absolute faith that he was strong enough to fight back. The true mate bond blazed brilliant gold, and for the first time since the ritual began, Mordain looked uncertain. "What are you doing?" they demanded. Iskira didn't answer. She just kept pouring love through the bond, showing Xavian exactly what he meant to her. Showing him that he was worth fighting for, worth saving, worth choosing every day despite the complications. Through the bond, she felt his response, shock and wonder and a desperate, aching need. Xavian's wolf rose up, not with alpha dominance, but with mate bond certainty. "Mine," his wolf snarled. "Not yours."
"Mine."
The artificial bond shattered. Mordain screamed as the ritual backlash hit them. The mirror exploded in a shower of glass, and the artifacts around the altar cracked and went dark. Xavian's chains broke, as if they were paper. He shifted mid-leap, his massive black wolf form crashing into Mordain with bone-crushing force. And from the forest, Theron's howl finally rang out, the signal for Shadowmere to attack. 40 wolves burst from the tree line, no longer held back by Mordain's stolen authority. They crashed into the confused Ironfang warriors, but these weren't attacks, they were rescues. Shadowmere warriors were freeing their Ironfang counterparts from the lingering effects of Mordain's control. Iskira ran for Xavian, who was locked in savage combat with Mordain. The chimera had shifted fully now, a twisted amalgamation of wolf and human that moved with unnatural speed and struck with claws that gleamed with dark magic. Xavian. Iskira reached for the mate bond, using it to coordinate their movements. She couldn't fight physically, but she could guide him, warn him of attacks he couldn't see, and lend him her kindred awareness of Mordain's intentions. Together, they moved in perfect synchronization. Xavian's strength combined with Iskira's insight, alpha power, and kindred magic working in harmony, the way they were meant to. Mordain realized too late what they were facing. This wasn't an alpha controlled by a false bond. This was a mated pair fighting as one, something far more dangerous than the sum of their parts. Xavian's jaws closed around Mordain's throat. Wait, Mordain gasped. I can give you power. Real power. I can show you how to use the kindred bond to dominate every pack. I don't want dominance, Xavian growled, his voice rough with alpha authority. I want my mate. And you try to take her from me. He bit down. Mordain's scream cut off abruptly. Their twisted form dissolved, unraveling back into its component parts, human and wolf separating in a way that looked agonizing. When it was over, what remained was just a body. Neither human nor wolf. Just empty. Silence fell over the Covenant site. Xavian shifted back to human form, standing over Mordain's corpse. He was bleeding from a dozen wounds, and his hands shook with adrenaline. But when he turned to face Iskira, his storm-gray eyes were clear. For a long moment, they just stared at each other. Through the mate bond, Iskira felt everything he couldn't put into words. Regret for rejecting her, wonder at what they'd just accomplished together, fear that it was too late to fix what he'd broken. I'm sorry, Xavian said, his voice cracking. For everything. For being too afraid to accept the bond. For ordering your execution. For choosing pack politics over the moon goddess's gift. Iskira closed the distance between them and kissed him. It was nothing like the desperate kiss from the dream bond. This was real, grounding, full of promise and forgiveness, and the certainty that they would figure this out together. When they finally broke apart, Xavian rested his forehead against hers. I don't deserve you, he whispered. Probably not, Iskira agreed. But you're stuck with me anyway. Around them, wolves from both packs watched in stunned silence. The prophecy they'd all learned as children, that kindred and alphas bonded together could reshape the world, was playing out before their eyes. Theron approached, his mercury eyes bright with satisfaction.
Well,
that was considerably more dramatic than I'd anticipated. Is it over? Oriva asked, moving to tend to Xavian's wounds. Is Mordain really dead? Varia knelt beside the chimera's body, studying it with her ancient knowledge.
Dead.
But the question is, was Mordain working alone? Or are there others like them, waiting to finish what they started? The question hung in the air, unanswered. But Iskira, standing beside Xavian with their mate bond finally acknowledged and celebrated, felt something shift in the world. A balance restored. A covenant renewed. Whatever came next, they would face it together. Chapter 8. The journey back to Ironfang was silent. Xavian walked beside Iskira, close enough that their shoulders brushed with every step, but neither spoke. The mate bond hummed between them, no longer blocked or corrupted, but raw and new and overwhelming. Through it, Iskira could feel Xavian's internal struggle, relief at her safety, warring with shame at how he'd treated her, desire battling against the weight of alpha responsibility. Behind them, Shadowmere and Ironfang wolves walked together in an uneasy truce. Theron had insisted on escorting them back to Ironfang territory, claiming he wanted to ensure the transition was peaceful. But Iskira suspected the older alpha simply wanted to witness what happened when Xavian finally presented his true mate to a pack that had tried to execute her. Eloan walked near the back of the group, her posture subdued. She'd insisted on coming despite her injuries, claiming she needed to face what she'd done. Several Ironfang warriors kept shooting her confused glances, They remembered her standing beside Xavian during Iskira's attempted execution, but now she walked with the Shadowmere contingent like a prisoner awaiting judgment. As they crested the final hill and the Ironfang stronghold came into view, Xavian finally spoke. "I don't know how to fix this," he admitted quietly. "Half the pack will see you as a savior for stopping Mordain. The other half will see you as a threat to our way of life." His jaw clenched. "And I don't know which half is larger." "You could reject the bond again," Iskira said, keeping her voice carefully neutral. "Tell them what happened at the Covenant site was just a necessity. That once the crisis passed, you realized we're incompatible." Through the bond, she felt his immediate, visceral rejection of that idea, a flash of such fierce possession it made her breath catch. "No," Xavian growled. "I was a coward once. I won't be again." He stopped walking, turning to face her fully. "But you need to understand what accepting this bond means. You'll be Luna of Ironfang, a pack that's built on tradition and hierarchy and strength. They won't make it easy for you. Some will challenge you. Some will undermine you. And his voice roughened, I don't know if I'm strong enough to protect you from all of them." Iskira studied his face, the sharp angles, the storm-gray eyes that had haunted her dreams, the vulnerability he was finally allowing her to see. "I don't need you to protect me from your pack, Xavian. I need you to stand beside me while I prove myself to them. You shouldn't have to prove anything. You're Kindred. You saved lives tonight. You was wolfless and invisible for 23 years in your pack," Iskira interrupted. "They won't forget that just because I have power now. They need to see that I'm more than just a weapon or a tool, that I can lead alongside you." Before Xavian could respond, a howl echoed across the valley, the sentries warning that the Alpha was returning. Within moments, the stronghold's gates opened and wolves began pouring out. At the front of the crowd was Beta Cassius, Eloan's father. He was a powerfully built man in his 50s, with silver streaking through his dark hair and eyes that held the sharp intelligence of a born strategist. His gaze swept over the assembled wolves, taking in the mix of Shadowmere and Ironfang, the absence of his daughter at Xavian's side, and the woman walking beside the Alpha instead. "Alpha Xavian," Cassius said, his voice carefully controlled. "We received word of an attack. Are you injured?" "I'm fine, Cassius. Thanks to the Kindred." Xavian's hand found Iskira's, his grip firm and possessive. The gesture was deliberate, a public claim that sent ripples through the watching crowd. "Gather the pack in the Great Hall. There's much to discuss." The Great Hall of Ironfang could hold 300 wolves comfortably. Tonight, it felt crowded with barely 200 present. Many were still patrolling borders or stationed at outposts. But those who were there packed the space, their attention riveted on the raised platform where Xavian stood with Iskira beside him. Theron had positioned himself near the back with his Shadowmere wolves, a silent observer. Varia stood closer to the platform, her ancient eyes watching everything with sharp assessment. Xavian's voice carried across the hall with alpha authority. 3 weeks ago, I made a decision that brought shame upon this pack and upon myself. I ordered the execution of an innocent, a woman guilty of nothing more than saving a child and bearing power she didn't understand. That woman was my mate, chosen by the moon goddess herself, and I rejected her out of fear and political convenience. The hall erupted in murmurs. Iskira felt hundreds of eyes on her, assessing, judging, remembering the wolfless kitchen servant who'd once been beneath their notice. Tonight, that same woman saved my life and the lives of everyone in this hall, Xavian continued, his voice cutting through the noise. She walked willingly into a trap set by Mordain, a chimera who sought to corrupt mate bonds themselves. She gave her blood to protect me, and when I was bound and helpless, she found a way to break the ritual and free me from false bonds. He turned to face Iskira, and through their connection, she felt the depth of his emotion, love and regret and fierce determination all tangled together. Iskira of the Kindred bloodline, I stand before my pack and formally acknowledge our mate bond. I was wrong to reject you, wrong to let fear dictate my actions, wrong to value tradition over the moon goddess's wisdom. His voice dropped, meant only for her despite the hundreds listening. I don't deserve your forgiveness. But I'm asking for it anyway. Will you accept me as your mate? Will you stand as Luna beside me? The hall went absolutely silent. Every wolf waited for her answer. Iskira thought about the execution stone, about the chains that had burned her wrists, about a lifetime of being invisible, worthless, broken. She thought about how easy it would be to reject him now, to make him feel even a fraction of the pain he'd caused her. But she also thought about their fight against Mordain, about the way they'd moved in perfect synchronization, about the love she'd poured through their bond, and the way his soul had answered. I accept, she said quietly, not because I've forgotten what happened, but because I believe people can change,
Can grow.
can choose to be better than their worst moments. She met his eyes. Don't make me regret this, Alpha. I won't, Xavian promised. He pulled her close and kissed her, not gently, but with desperate relief and claiming intent. The mate bond blazed between them, no longer muted or blocked, but singing with completion. When they broke apart, the hall erupted in howls, some celebratory, some uncertain, but all acknowledging the bond that had been publicly claimed. Beta Cassius stepped forward, his expression carefully neutral. Alpha, what of my daughter? She stood as your chosen before the Kindred's arrival. She has served this pack faithfully. Your daughter orchestrated my execution, Iskira interrupted, her voice carrying surprising authority. She stood beside Xavian while he rejected his mate. She was marked by Mordain and used as a tool against us. Gasps rippled through the crowd. Cassius's face went pale. That can't be true. Eloan would never. It's true. Eloan pushed through the crowd, her head held high despite the shame in her eyes. Everything the Kindred says is true. I was jealous, Father. Jealous that a wolfless servant could claim what I believed was mine by right. So I manipulated, I schemed, and I nearly got everyone killed. Eloan. Cassius reached for her, but she stepped back. But Iskira saved me anyway, Eloan continued, her voice breaking. When Mordain marked me with dark magic, when I was being burned alive by compliance spells, she healed me. After everything I'd done to her, she showed mercy. She turned to face the assembled pack. I don't deserve forgiveness. I deserve exile, or worse. But I'm begging you to give the Kindred a chance. She's everything a Luna should be. Compassionate, brave, willing to sacrifice for those who've hurt her. Everything I pretended to be, but wasn't. Cassius looked like he'd aged a decade in the span of minutes. My daughter, what have you done? What I thought was necessary to secure power, Eloan said bitterly. And I was wrong about everything. Xavian's expression was grim. Pack law requires punishment for treason. But the Kindred has the right to decide Eloan's fate, since she was the primary victim of the crimes. Every eye in the hall turned to Iskira. She could feel their expectation, some hoping for mercy, others demanding justice. Through the mate bond, she felt Xavian's conflict. He wanted to support whatever decision she made, but as Alpha, he also needed to maintain pack discipline. Iskira thought about what Varia had told her weeks ago. Sometimes the most revolutionary act is refusing to hide. Maybe it was also refusing to seek revenge. Eloan will serve the pack, Iskira said finally. Not as Beta's daughter or as nobility, but as I did. In the kitchens, in service to those she once considered beneath her. For 1 year, she will live as I lived. Wolfless, powerless, invisible. And at the end of that year, if she has truly learned humility and service, she will be restored to her rank. The hall erupted in heated debate. Some wolves thought the punishment too lenient. Others thought it too harsh. But Xavian's voice cut through the chaos. Luna has spoken. Her word is law. He looked at Eloan. Do you accept this judgment? Eloan met Iskira's eyes, and something passed between them. Understanding, perhaps, or the beginning of respect. I accept. Thank you, Luna. For mercy, I don't deserve. As Eloan was led away by pack guards, Cassius approached the platform. He looked broken, his daughter's betrayal clearly devastating him. But he knelt before Iskira with a warrior's grace. "Luna," he said, his voice rough. "I failed to see what my daughter had become. Failed to teach her the values our pack was built upon. That failure nearly cost us everything." He raised his eyes to hers. "I ask for the chance to serve you and prove that the Beta line is still worthy of trust." Iskira felt Xavian surprise through the bond. He'd expected Cassius to challenge her authority, not submit to it. But she understood what the Beta was really asking for, a chance to rebuild his honor through service. "Rise, Beta Cassius," she said gently. "Your daughter's choices are not yours to carry. You have served this pack faithfully for decades. That service isn't erased by one person's mistakes." Relief flooded Cassius's features. He stood and bowed deeply before returning to his place in the crowd. An elderly woman stepped forward next, one Iskira recognized from the kitchens. Her name was Mara, and she'd been one of the few who'd shown Iskira occasional kindness during her years as a servant. "Luna," Mara said, her voice wavering with age and emotion. "I need to ask forgiveness too. I saw how you were treated, saw the cruelty you endured every day, and I did nothing, said nothing, because it was easier to ignore injustice than to challenge it." Tears streamed down her weathered face. "Can you forgive me for my cowardice?" Before Iskira could respond, others were stepping forward, wolves who'd turned away when she was bullied, who'd participated in her ostracism through silence, who'd failed to see her as a person rather than an inconvenience. One by one, they knelt before her, asking forgiveness, offering service, acknowledging their failures. Iskira felt overwhelmed by the weight of their collective guilt. Through the mate bond, Xavian sent her strength, his presence a steady anchor. "I forgive you," she said, her voice carrying to every corner of the hall. "All of you. Because holding on to anger would poison me as surely as dark magic poisoned Mordain. Because the pack I want to help build, the pack we will build, is one where strength protects rather than dominates. Where power serves rather than enslaves. Where even the lowest Omega has value and voice." She looked out at the assembled wolves, some still skeptical, some moved to tears, all watching to see what kind of Luna she would become. "I was invisible for 23 years, Iskira continued. "I know what it feels like to be seen as worthless. To have power held over you by those who don't care about your pain. I will never forget that feeling. And I will spend every day as your Luna, making sure no one in this pack ever feels that way again." The hall erupted in howls, genuine this time, full of hope and acceptance. Not everyone was convinced. Iskira could see a few faces still tight with skepticism, but it was a start. Theron moved through the crowd to stand before the platform. A fine speech, Luna, and a diplomatic handling of a difficult situation. His mercury eyes gleamed with approval. "Shadowmere is honored to call Ironfang allies. If you have a need for us, you need only send a word." "Thank you, Alpha Theron," Iskira said. "For everything. For sanctuary when I had nowhere else to go. For standing beside us against Mordain. For recognizing potential when I saw it." Theron interrupted with a smile. "The territories are changing, Luna. Old ways are dying, and new possibilities are being born. I'm glad to see Ironfang embracing that change rather than fighting it." As the Shadowmere contingent prepared to depart, Varia approached Iskira. The old woman's expression was proud, but tinged with sadness. "You don't need me anymore," Varia said simply. "You've grown beyond what I can teach you." "That's not true," Iskira protested. "I still have so much to learn. From experience, yes. From living as Luna and discovering what it means to wield kindred power with alpha authority beside you." Varia cupped Iskira's face gently. "But the fundamentals, the control, the understanding of what you are, you have those now. What comes next, you must discover on your own." "Where will you go?" "Back to the Whispering Woods. There are others with kindred blood who may awaken now that they've seen it's possible to survive. Someone needs to be ready to teach them." Various smiled. "But I'm only a message away if you need guidance." They embraced, and Iskira felt the weight of gratitude for this woman who'd saved her life and taught her to be more than a victim. As the crowd began to disperse, Xavian took Iskira's hand.
Come.
I want to show you something. He led her through corridors she'd never been allowed to enter, upstairs to the highest point of the stronghold. They emerged onto a tower balcony that overlooked the entire territory, forests and mountains and valleys stretching to the horizon. This is the Alpha's Tower, Xavian said. The place where every ruler of Ironfang has come to think, to plan, to find clarity. He turned to face her. I brought you here because I want you to understand something. Everything you see, all of it, is ours now. Not mine.
Ours.
We lead this pack together, or we don't lead it at all. Through the mate bond, Iskira felt his absolute sincerity. He meant every word. I'm terrified, she admitted. I don't know how to be Luna. Don't know if I'm strong enough. You commanded 11 warriors simultaneously during your first week as Kindred, Xavian interrupted. You walked into Mordaine's trap and found a way to win. You showed mercy to someone who tried to kill you. If that's not strong enough, I don't know what is. He pulled her close, and Iskira let herself melt into his embrace. For the first time since her awakening, she felt safe.
Seen. Valued.
We'll make mistakes, Xavian murmured against her hair. Both of us. We'll disagree on decisions. We'll fight about pack politics. We'll struggle to balance kindred compassion with alpha pragmatism. That sounds exhausting. It does, doesn't it? She felt his smile against her temple. But we'll figure it out together. And when we do, we'll build something this territory has never seen, a pack that's strong not just in tooth and claw, but in unity and purpose. They stood together on the tower, watching the moon rise over their territory. Through the mate bond, Iskira felt Xavian's wolf, no longer fighting against their connection, but embracing it fully. Her own kindred core pulsed in rhythm with his heartbeat, the two sources of power learning to harmonize. Below in the stronghold, life continued. Wolves prepared evening meals, trained in the yards, gathered in groups to discuss the dramatic events of the night. And for the first time, when they spoke of their Luna, it was with respect rather than contempt. But in the forests beyond Ironfang's borders, in the wild places where maps ended and legends began, other forces were stirring. Varia returned to the Whispering Woods to find her treehouse in ruins, burned to the ground, with symbols carved into the surrounding trees. Symbols in a language that predated even Kindred. In the Northern Territories, 3 more Chimera convened in secret, discussing Mordaine's failure and what it meant for their plans. And deep in the mountain caves where few wolves dared venture, something ancient and terrible opened eyes that had been closed for centuries, awakened by the surge of kindred power at the Covenant site. The world was changing. Powers long dormant were waking. And Iskira's journey as Kindred Luna was only beginning. But tonight, standing beside her mate on the tower, she allowed herself to simply be. To be seen, to be loved, to be home. Tomorrow will bring new challenges.
Tonight, she won.
Chapter 9. The nightmares began 3 days after Iskira became Luna. She woke up gasping, Xavian's arms immediately tightening around her as he pulled her close. Another one, he murmured, his voice rough with sleep and concern. Iskira nodded against his chest, her heart still racing. The dreams were always the same. Darkness spreading across the land like spilled ink, swallowing forests and mountains and wolves alike. And at the center of the darkness, eyes. Hundreds of them, glowing with ancient hunger. It felt so real, she whispered. Like something was trying to reach through my dreams, trying to show me. She shuddered, unable to finish. Through the mate bond, Xavian sent waves of comfort and protection. But she could feel his worry beneath the reassurance. These weren't ordinary nightmares. They carried the weight of prophecy, of warning. We should tell Varia, Xavian said. We can't. Her treehouse was destroyed, remember? She's gone into hiding until she can determine who attacked her. The news of Varia's burned home had reached them via messenger raven 2 days ago. The old woman was safe but shaken, and the symbols carved around the destruction suggested an enemy who knew exactly what she was. Xavian sat up, running a hand through his dark hair. Then we consult the pack elders. Someone must know about kindred dreams, whether they mean something or... A howl split the night, the border alarm, carrying notes of panic and urgency. Both of them were on their feet instantly, pulling on clothes. Xavian shifted his eyes to wolf gold, extending his alpha senses across the territory. Through their bond, Iskira felt a shock.
What is it? She demanded.
The eastern border. Something's crossed into our territory. Something big enough that the entire patrol is calling for reinforcement. They raced through the stronghold, meeting Beta Cassius and a group of warriors in the main courtyard. The Beta's face was grim in the torchlight. Alpha, Luna. We have a situation. The Eastern Patrol reports multiple intruders. They say they're not wolves, but they're not human either. Chimera? Iskira asked, her stomach dropping. We don't know. They're asking for safe passage to speak with the Kindred Luna. They claim they have information about the darkness coming. Iskira and Xavian exchanged glances. Through their bond, she felt his protective instincts warring with his curiosity. How many? Xavian asked.
7.
The patrol has them surrounded, but they've made no hostile moves. They're just waiting. Prepare a full guard contingent, Xavian ordered. We'll meet these visitors in the Great Hall. I want warriors positioned at every entrance, and Cassius you. I'm going to the border, Iskira interrupted. If they came to speak with me, making them run a gauntlet through the stronghold sends the wrong message. Absolutely not, Xavian said flatly. These could be assassins. Another trap. Or they could be allies we desperately need. Iskira placed her hand on his arm, feeling the tension in his muscles. I won't go alone. You'll be with me, along with guards. But I need to show that the Kindred Luna doesn't hide behind walls. Through the bond, she felt him struggling, his alpha instinct to protect her battling against his recognition that she was right. Finally, he nodded grimly. Full warrior escort. At the first sign of danger, we retreat. And Iskira, his storm gray eyes bored into hers. Don't do anything heroic. We face threats together, remember? Together, she agreed. The eastern border was marked by a river that ran swift and cold, fed by mountain snowmelt. On the far bank stood 7 figures, illuminated by the pre-dawn light. They were unlike anything Iskira had ever seen. Each one appeared human at first glance, but there was something fundamentally wrong about them. Their proportions were slightly off, limbs too long, fingers with too many joints, eyes that reflected light like animals' eyes. They wore robes of deep purple that seemed to shimmer and shift, never quite the same color twice. The leader stepped forward as Iskira and Xavian approached with 20 armed warriors surrounding them. This one was tall and gaunt, with skin so pale it was almost translucent, showing dark veins beneath. Kindred Luna, the figure said, their voice carrying strange harmonics that made Iskira's teeth ache. We are honored. I am Kellinor, speaker for the Veil Touched. We have traveled from the shrouded peaks to bring a warning. Veil Touched. Iskira repeated, unfamiliar with the term. Those who exist between worlds, Kellinor explained. Born when the barrier between the mortal realm and the spirit realm grows thin. We are neither living nor dead, neither wolf nor human, but something that should not exist in either place. Xavian growled low in his throat. More abominations like Mordain. Kellinor's strange eyes fixed on him. We are what we are, Alpha. We did not choose our birth any more than you chose yours. But unlike Mordain, we do not seek to steal power. We seek to preserve what little balance remains. What warning do you bring? Iskira asked, stepping slightly in front of Xavian despite his immediate displeasure radiating through the bond. The Kindred's awakening has been felt across all realms, Kellinor said. When you used your power at the Covenant site, when you shattered Mordain's ritual, it sent ripples through the veil between worlds. And something on the other side felt those ripples. Something that has been sleeping since the first Kindred walked the earth. Ice formed in Iskira's stomach. What something? The Shadow Eater. The Devourer of Souls. The End of Light. Kellinor's voice dropped to barely a whisper. It has 1,000 names across 1,000 cultures, but the truth is simple. It is hunger given form. An entity that feeds on life force, that grows stronger with every soul it consumes. You're talking about a demon, Beta Cassius said skeptically. Old stories meant to frighten children. Stories are memories disguised as entertainment. One of the other Veiled Touch spoke up, a female with eyes like melted gold. Your ancestors knew the Shadow Eater was real. They built the covenant between Kindred and wolves specifically to create a defense against it. Iskira's mind raced. That's why Kindred power affects wolves so deeply. Why can we command and heal and connect? We were meant to unite the packs against a common threat. Exactly, Kellinor confirmed. But when the Kindred were hunted to extinction, that defense crumbled. The Shadow Eater remained dormant because, without Kindred power in the world, there was nothing to draw its attention. But now I've rung the dinner bell. Iskira finished, horror washing over her. Through the mate bond, she felt Xavian's fury, not at her, but at the situation. How long until this creature arrives? It's already here, Kellinor said simply. It crossed the veil 3 nights ago, drawn by the surge of Kindred energy. It's weak still, barely corporeal, feeding on small sources of life force to build strength. Forest creatures, isolated travelers. But it's growing. And when it's strong enough, it will come for the largest concentration of life force in the territories. The pack strongholds, Xavian said.
Yes.
It will consume every living soul in its path, growing stronger with each feeding until nothing remains but emptiness and silence. Iskira thought about her nightmares, the spreading darkness, the hungry eyes. I've been dreaming about it, seeing it in my sleep. Of course you have, the golden-eyed Veiled Touch said. You're Kindred. You're connected to the spirit realm in ways others aren't. The Shadow Eater is trying to find you, following the thread of power back to its source. Your dreams are its hunting ground. Xavian's arm came around Iskira protectively. How do we stop it? The old way, Kellinor said. The way your ancestors did before they forgot. You must gather the packs, all of them. You must convince them to set aside their territorial disputes and ancient feuds. And you must forge a unity so strong, so absolute, that the Shadow Eater cannot break it. That's impossible, Beta Cassius said flatly. The packs have been divided for centuries. Some of them have blood feuds going back generations. They'll never unite. Then you will all die separately, Kellinor said without emotion. The Shadow Eater does not care about your politics or your pride. It will devour wolf and kindred alike, and when it's finished, it will move on to the next world, leaving this one a barren husk. Silence fell over the border. The assembled Iron Fang warriors looked to Xavian, waiting for their alpha to make sense of this impossible situation. Through the mate bond, Iskira felt Xavian's thoughts racing. He was strategizing, calculating, trying to find a way to protect his pack and his mate from a threat that seemed beyond comprehension. Why should we trust you? Xavian asked finally. How do we know you're not leading us into another trap? You don't, Kellinor admitted. We are veil-touched, creatures that exist in the spaces between truth and lie, life and death. Our very nature is a contradiction. But consider this, Alpha. What would we gain from deceiving you? If the Shadow Eater consumes this realm, we lose our anchor to the mortal world. We die too, erased along with everything else. It was a pragmatic argument, and Iskira could feel Xavian acknowledging its logic through the bond. How do we forge this unity? Iskira asked. How do we convince packs that have hated each other for centuries to work together? That, Kindred Luna, is your burden to bear, the golden-eyed Veiled Touch said. Your power can connect wolves, make them feel each other's emotions, and understand each other's pain. You must use that power to break down the walls between packs. I can't control hundreds of wolves simultaneously, Iskira protested. I barely managed 11, and that nearly killed me. You couldn't control them before, Kellinor corrected, but you're stronger now. Bonded to an alpha, accepted by a pack, no longer fighting alone. And if you can awaken other kindred bloodlines, if you can find others like you and teach them to use their gifts, you might have a chance. Might, Xavian repeated. You're asking us to gamble everything on might. I'm asking you to choose between a difficult path with some hope of survival and certain death through inaction, Kellinor said. The Shadow Eater is coming, Alpha. Whether you believe us or not, whether you prepare or not, it is coming. Iskira felt Xavian's decision crystallize through their bond before he spoke. We'll call a gathering of all packs. A summit at neutral ground. If this threat is real, we'll face it together. If you're deceiving us, his eyes flashed gold with alpha dominance. I will personally ensure the Veil Touch learn what it means to cross Ironfang. Kellinor bowed deeply. We would expect nothing less, Alpha. The summit should be held at the Starfall Plains, the ancient meeting ground where packs once gathered before the Great Fracturing. The land there is old and powerful, saturated with covenant magic from when Kindred and wolves worked in harmony. How long do we have? Iskira asked. Perhaps 2 weeks before the Shadow Eater is strong enough to attack in force. Perhaps less, if it finds particularly rich feeding grounds. Kellinor's strange eyes met hers. Use the time wisely, Luna. Awaken what kindred blood you can find. Learn to extend your power beyond individual control to mass connection. And prepare yourself for the possibility that unity might require sacrifices you're not ready to make. With that cryptic warning, the 7 Veil-Touched turned and walked back into the forest, disappearing between the trees like smoke. The Ironfang warriors immediately began debating. Some thought the whole encounter was a trick, others argued they couldn't afford to ignore the warning. Through it all, Xavian remained silent, his arms still around Iskira. Finally, he spoke. Cassius, send messages to every pack in the territories. Tell them Ironfang is calling a summit at the Starfall Plains in 1 week's time. Tell them that Kindred Luna has information that affects all wolves, regardless of pack or territory. They won't come, Cassius warned. Half the packs still see Kindred as threats. The other half will think it's a trap to consolidate power. Then we make them an offer they can't refuse, Xavian said. Tell them that any pack who attends will receive full access to kindred healing for their wounded and sick. Tell them Ironfang is willing to negotiate territorial disputes, trade agreements, whatever it takes to get them to listen. You're giving away too much, one of the warriors protested. I'm preventing extinction, Xavian countered. Territorial disputes don't matter if there's no one left to hold territory. As they made their way back to the stronghold, Iskira pulled Xavian aside. You believe them. The Veil Touched. You actually believe the Shadow Eater is real. I believe your nightmares started the same night Varia's home was attacked, Xavian said quietly. I believe something is hunting you through your dreams. I believe that Mordaine's ritual was just the beginning of something larger. He cupped her face in his hands. And I believe that I will do whatever it takes to keep you safe, even if it means allying with every pack I've ever considered an enemy. This is bigger than me, Iskira said. Bigger than us. If the Veil Touched are right, every wolf in the territories is in danger. I know. Which is why we're going to do the impossible. We're going to unite them all. Xavian's eyes held fierce determination. Together. They returned to find the stronghold already buzzing with activity. Word of the Veil Touched's warning had spread, and wolves were reacting with everything from panic to skepticism to grim determination. Iskira found Aloan in the kitchens, hands deep in bread dough, her fine clothes replaced with a servant's simple tunic. The former Beta's daughter looked up as Iskira entered, wariness in her eyes. Luna, Aloan said carefully. I heard about the visitors. Is it true? Is something coming? I think so, Iskira admitted. She watched Aloan work for a moment, noting the calluses forming on hands that had once been soft. How are you managing? It's humbling, Aloan said with a bitter smile. Realizing how hard you worked every day while I did nothing but plan my ascension to power. I'm sorry. I've said it before, but I'll keep saying it until you believe me. I believe you, Iskira said. But I didn't come here to discuss your punishment. I came because I need your help. Aloan's hands were still in the dough. My help? Luna, I'm a servant now. I have no power, no influence. You have something more valuable than either of those things, Iskira interrupted. You have knowledge of pack politics. You grew up learning diplomacy, strategy, and how to navigate between competing interests. She moved closer. I need to convince a dozen packs who hate each other to work together. I need to know which alphas have old alliances, which have blood feuds, who might be persuaded, and who will need stronger convincing.
Can you help me with that?
Eloan stared at her, clearly torn between hope and disbelief. You're asking the woman who tried to have you executed to help you save the territories? I'm asking someone who made mistakes, but is trying to be better, Iskira said. Someone who understands the political landscape better than I ever will. Someone who might know how to forge unity from chaos. Through the windows, dawn was breaking over the mountains, painting the sky in shades of gold and crimson. Somewhere out there, a creature of darkness and hunger was growing stronger, preparing to devour everything Iskira had fought so hard to protect. But she wasn't alone anymore. She had a mate who stood beside her, a pack learning to accept her, and possibly, just possibly, the beginnings of an alliance that could stand against the darkness. Eloan pulled her hands from the dough and wiped them clean. Tell me everything. Every pack you need to convince, every political complication, every impossible demand. Her eyes held a determination that reminded Iskira why this woman had once been considered perfect for Luna. We have a week to save the world. We'd better not waste it. As they bent over maps and lists, planning strategies for the impossible summit, Iskira felt a flicker of hope. The Shadow Eater was coming. But so was the dawn. Chapter 10. The Starfall Plains earned their name from the meteor shower that occurred there once every decade, when the sky seemed to rain silver fire. But even without celestial phenomena, the place was breathtaking, a vast expanse of rolling grassland dotted with standing stones older than memory, their surfaces carved with symbols that predated written language. Iskira stood at the center of the ancient gathering circle, watching as packs arrived from every corner of the territory. Tents and temporary shelters were springing up like mushrooms after rain, each pack claiming their traditional space based on hierarchies established centuries ago. 12 packs confirmed, Eloan reported, appearing at Iskira's side with a leather-bound journal. Over the past week, she'd proven invaluable, her knowledge of pack politics and old alliances helping Iskira navigate the treacherous waters of interpack diplomacy. Though 3 are sending only small delegations rather than their full leadership. They're hedging their bets in case this is a trap. Can't blame them, Iskira murmured, watching a group of wolves from the Stormridge pack settle in on the eastern edge of the plains. Their alpha, a woman named Aurelia, had a reputation for ruthless pragmatism and a blood feud with Ironfang that went back 3 generations. Through the mate bond, she felt Xavian's presence in the command tent behind her. He was meeting with Theron and several other sympathetic alphas, trying to coordinate their approach for the summit. His emotions were a controlled storm of determination and worry. Luna, a voice called out. Iskira turned to see Oriva hurrying toward her, the Shadowmere healer's face flushed with excitement. We found another one. Another Kindred descendant. Iskira's heart leaped. Over the past week, they'd identified 5 individuals with dormant Kindred blood, 3 in Ironfang territory, 1 in Shadowmere, and 1 in the unclaimed lands between packs. All had shown signs of latent power, unusual healing abilities, strange dreams, an uncanny way with animals. Where? In the Stormridge delegation. A young man named Silas. He's been having visions since childhood, seeing auras around wolves that show their true nature. His pack thought he was touched by spirits, keeping him isolated. But when I examined him, Oriva's eyes gleamed. His aura is pure silver. Undiluted Kindred bloodline, possibly stronger than yours. Stronger than mine? Iskira repeated, not sure if she should feel relieved or threatened by that prospect. Different at least. Your power manifests as connection and command, emotional influence over wolves. But Silas's visions suggest his gift might be prophecy or truth-seeing. If we can awaken him, he could help identify which alphas are genuine in their desire for unity and which are planning treachery. Before Iskira could respond, a commotion erupted near the southern edge of the plains. Wolves were snarling and posturing, and she could hear raised voices carrying across the distance. Bloodfang Pack and Silvercrest have arrived at the same time, Eloan said grimly, consulting her journal. They have a territorial dispute that's been simmering for 5 years. This could get ugly. Iskira was already moving, calling on her kindred power as she ran. She pushed awareness outward, feeling the emotions of the assembled wolves, curiosity, suspicion, old hatreds rising to the surface like poison. The two packs were facing off across a strip of neutral ground, their alphas at the front. Alpha Draven of Bloodfang was massive, with scars crisscrossing his face and murder in his eyes. Alpha Lisette of Silvercrest was smaller but radiated cold fury, her silver-white fur bristling with aggression. This land was promised to Silvercrest in the Treaty of... Lisette was snarling. A treaty your predecessor broke when they attacked our hunting grounds, Draven interrupted. We owe you nothing. You owe us the lives of 3 warriors your pack slaughtered. Enough. Iskira's voice carried a kindred power that rippled across the plains like thunder. Both alphas froze, their wolves going still as the command washed over them. She stepped between the two packs, very aware that she was putting herself in the middle of a potential bloodbath. Through the mate bond, she felt Xavian's alarm and his immediate sprint toward her position. You came here for a summit, Iskira said, her voice resonating with the authority she was still learning to wield. You came because I promised information that affects every pack, regardless of old grudges. So you will set aside your dispute for the duration of this gathering, or you will leave. Choose now. Draven's lip curled. The kindred gives orders? I answer to no one but my own pack. Then answer this, Iskira said, stepping closer despite every survival instinct screaming at her to retreat. She reached for her power and pushed, not a command this time, but a sharing. She let both alphas feel what she'd felt in her nightmares, the spreading darkness, the hungry void, the certainty of extinction. The sensation lasted only seconds, but both alphas staggered backward, their eyes wide with shock. What was that? Lisette gasped. A glimpse of what's coming if we remain divided, Iskira said quietly. I've been having these visions for a week now. Something is hunting us. All of us. Every pack, every wolf. It doesn't care about your territorial disputes or blood feuds. It will consume Bloodfang and Silvercrest with equal hunger, and when it's finished, your rivalry will be meaningless because you'll both be dead. Xavian arrived with a contingent of Ironfang warriors, but he held back, letting Iskira handle the situation. Through their bond, she felt his trust in her abilities even as his protective instincts screamed. Draven studied Iskira with new wariness. You can make us see visions? Force your thoughts into our minds. I can share the truth, Iskira corrected. Whether you believe that truth is your choice. But ask yourselves, why would I lie? What do I gain from fabricating a threat that requires your cooperation? I'm Kindred, bonded to an Ironfang alpha. My power is already acknowledged. I don't need your submission or your territory. You need us not to kill each other long enough to hear your warning, Lisette said slowly, intelligence gleaming in her eyes. Which suggests the threat is real and imminent. 2 weeks, Iskira confirmed. Maybe less. A creature called the Shadow Eater has crossed into our realm, drawn by kindred power. It feeds on life force, growing stronger with every soul it consumes. Alone, none of our packs can stand against it. Together, she looked between the two alphas. Together, we might survive. A long silence followed. Finally, Draven nodded curtly. Bloodfang will hear your warning, Luna. And we will refrain from killing Silvercrest wolves for now. Silvercrest agrees to the same, Lisette said, though her tone suggested the concession pained her. But if this is a trick, then you can kill me after the summit, Iskira interrupted. I give you my word as Kindred, if I'm lying about the threat, I will submit to whatever punishment you deem appropriate. She felt Xavian's shock and fury through the bond. She was gambling with her own life without consulting him. But desperate times required desperate measures. Both alphas seemed taken aback by her offer. They exchanged glances, then nodded, and withdrew to their respective camps. As soon as they were out of earshot, Xavian grabbed Iskira's arm and pulled her aside. "What were you thinking?" he demanded, keeping his voice low but unable to hide his anger. "Offering yourself as collateral if your warning proves false? You could have." "I know what I could have done," Iskira interrupted, meeting his storm-gray eyes steadily. "I could have let them fight, let blood be spilled before the summit even began, let old hatreds derail any chance of unity. Or I could take a risk and show them I believe what I'm saying strongly enough to stake my life on it. You should have consulted me first. There wasn't time." And she softened slightly, touching his face. "You would have tried to stop me, or insisted on sharing the risk. But this had to come from me, Xavian. The Kindred Luna making a promise, not the Ironfang Alpha's mate seeking shelter behind his authority." Through the bond, she felt his emotions churning, anger giving way to reluctant understanding, fear for her safety battling with pride in her courage. "You're going to give me premature gray hair," he muttered, pulling her into his arms. "Every time I turn around, you're throwing yourself into danger or making impossible promises or being exactly what you need in a Luna?" Iskira suggested, smiling against his chest. "That too," Xavian admitted. He held her for a moment longer, then pulled back. "The main summit begins at sunset. Theron thinks we should start by having you demonstrate kindred power. Let the skeptical alphas see what they've been missing since the purge. And if that makes them more hostile, some of these packs hunted kindred specifically because they feared our power. Then we deal with that hostility together," Xavian said firmly. "But hiding what you can do won't build trust. They need to see your strength, and they need to see that you're using it to protect rather than dominate." Sunset painted the starfall plains in shades of crimson and gold. The standing stones cast long shadows across the gathering circle, where representatives from 12 packs had assembled, the largest interpack gathering in over a century. Iskira stood at the center with Xavian beside her, acutely aware of hundreds of eyes assessing her worth. Theron was there with his Shadowmere delegation, along with alphas she recognized from Aloan's briefings, Aurelia of Stormridge, Draven of Bloodfang, Lisette of Silvercrest, and others whose names and histories blurred together. But it was the figure standing at the back of the Stormridge group that caught her attention. A young man with dark hair and eyes that gleamed silver in the fading light. Silas, the potential kindred that Ariva had identified. Their gazes met across the distance, and Iskira felt a jolt of recognition. Not romantic, not like the mate bond with Xavian, but something else. A kinship. Knowing that they were the same species in a world of predators. Silas's eyes widened, and she knew he felt it too. "Alphas and pack representatives," Theron began, his voice carrying across the gathering. "We stand at a crossroads. For generations, we have allowed old grudges and territorial ambitions to divide us. We have forgotten that before packs, before territories, we were simply wolves. And we had allies, the Kindred, who helped us become more than savage beasts driven by moon madness." Murmurs rippled through the crowd, some approving, others hostile. "The Kindred were destroyed because we feared their power," Theron continued. "But that fear cost us more than we realized. It cost us unity. It cost us wisdom. And now," he gestured to Iskira, "now one has returned, and with her return comes both a warning and an opportunity." Iskira stepped forward, calling on every lesson Varia had taught her about presence and authority. "I am Iskira, Kindred Luna of Ironfang Pack. I didn't choose to be kindred any more than you chose to be wolves. The power awakened in me when I was on the verge of death, and since then, I've been learning what it means to carry this bloodline." She let her kindred core glow softly, not aggressive, just visible. Silver light emanated from her skin, gentle but undeniable. "Kindred were meant to be bridges between wolves," she continued, "to help you understand each other, to forge connections that transcended individual pack bonds, to remind you that strength comes from unity, not just from tooth and claw." "Pretty words," Alpha Aurelia called out, her voice sharp. "But you're asking us to trust the power that was used to enslave our ancestors." How do we know you won't do the same? You don't, Iskira admitted. Trust is earned, not demanded. So let me earn it now. I'm going to use my power to show you something, not to control you, but to share understanding. She took a deep breath and reached for her kindred core, pulling power from it more deliberately than she'd ever attempted before. Through the mate bond, she felt Xavian lending her his strength, his alpha authority amplifying her reach. Iskira extended her awareness outward, touching the consciousness of every wolf in the gathering circle, not forcing her way in, just asking for permission to connect. Some resisted immediately, their mental walls slamming shut. But others, curious, desperate, or simply brave, allowed the connection to form. Through those connections, Iskira wove a shared experience. She lets them feel each other's perspectives and understand each other's motivations. The Bloodfang Alpha's fury came from legitimate grief over slaughtered pack members. The Silvercrest Alpha's rage stemmed from broken promises and stolen territory. Neither was entirely right or wrong. They were both protecting what they loved in the only way they knew how. The gathered wolves gasped as understanding flooded through them. Enemies saw each other not as monsters, but as mirrors. Wolves trying to survive in a harsh world, making impossible choices, carrying burdens no one else could see. When Iskira released the connection, several alphas were on their knees, overwhelmed by the sudden influx of empathy. That, Iskira said quietly, is what kindred power can do. Not dominant, not enslaved, but connect. Help you see that the wolf you consider your enemy is not so different from you after all. Silence followed, profound and thoughtful. Then Alpha Theron stepped forward and knelt before Iskira, his head bowed in respect. I acknowledge the kindred Luna, he said formally, and I pledge Shadowmere to whatever alliance is necessary to face the coming darkness. One by one, other alphas followed, some reluctantly, some enthusiastically, but all acknowledging what they'd just experienced. Only 3 remained standing. Aurelia of Stormridge, a grizzled alpha named Hadrian from the Ironpelt Pack, and a young alpha named Kalen whose Nightshade Pack occupied the western forests. We need more than emotional manipulation to pledge our packs to your cause, Aurelia said, though her tone was less hostile than before. What exactly is this threat you claim is coming? Iskira nodded to one of the veil-touched who'd been waiting at the edge of the gathering. Kellinor stepped into the circle, their strange appearance causing immediate reactions of fear and aggression. Peace, Iskira commanded, her voice carrying kindred authority. They are here as messengers, not enemies. Kellinor bowed to the assembled alphas. I am veil-touched, a creature born between realms. I bring a warning of the Shadow Eater, an entity that feeds on life force and grows stronger with every soul consumed. They proceeded to explain everything they'd told Iskira and Xavian at the Iron Fang border, the creature's awakening, its nature, the timeline for attack. When Kellinor finished, the gathered wolves erupted in debate. Some dismissed it as fantasy. Others demanded proof. A few looked genuinely terrified. If this creature is real, Alpha Hadrian said, his voice gravelly with age, why has it never attacked before? Why now? Because kindred power was extinct, Iskira answered. The Shadow Eater is drawn to kindred energy, like a moth to flame. My awakening at the Covenant site sent out a signal that reached across realms. I called it here, without meaning to. Then you're responsible for dooming us all, Kalen said, his young face twisted with anger. You should be executed for bringing this threat down on. A howl cut through his words, not from any of the gathered packs, but from beyond the circle. A sound that carried notes of such hunger and emptiness that every wolf's hackles rose instinctively. Iskira's nightmares had prepared her for the feeling, but experiencing it while awake was infinitely worse. The temperature dropped 20 degrees in seconds. Frost spread across the grass, and the standing stones began to weep condensation. From the darkness beyond the gathering circle, shadows began to coalesce into a form that hurt to look at directly. It was massive, taller than any wolf, broader than any alpha in their prime. But it had no solid shape, just darkness writhing with hunger, studded with eyes that glowed with ancient malice. "The Shadow Eater," Kellinor whispered. "It's here. It's found us." Panic exploded through the assembled packs. Wolves shifted and began to scatter, old instincts screaming at them to flee from a predator that transcended natural law. "Hold." Xavian's alpha command crashed over them, forcing discipline through sheer authority. "We stand together, or we die separated." "Luna, what do we do?" Iskira's mind raced. The creature was here, drawn by the concentration of life force from 12 packs gathering in one place. It was still weak. She could see that in how it struggled to maintain form, but it was growing stronger by the second, feeding on the fear saturating the air. "Link with me," she said to Xavian. "Alpha authority and kindred power combined, we might be able to drive it back." But even as she reached for her kindred core, Silas pushed through the Storm Ridge delegation, his silver eyes blazing with sudden awareness. "Not just you two," he said, his voice resonating with power he'd never consciously accessed. "All of us. Every kindred bloodline present. We connect the packs, channel their combined strength, and hit that thing with everything we have." "You haven't been trained," Iskira protested. "You could burn yourself out." "Then I burn out saving my people instead of hiding what I am," Silas interrupted. He looked at the other potential kindred scattered among the delegations, those Iskira and Oriva had identified over the past week. "Are you with me?" One by one, they stepped forward. Sarah Nightshade from Shadowmere, Marcus Ironwood from Ironfang, a woman named Xavian from Bloodfang, another called Noriel from Silvercrest. All of them had been told they carried dormant kindred blood. All of them were about to find out if it was true. The Shadow Eater surged forward, its hunger palpable. Wolves screamed as tendrils of darkness reached for them, seeking to drain their life force. "Now," Iskira commanded. She opened herself fully to the mate bond with Xavian, feeling his alpha authority flood through her. At the same time, she reached for the other potential kindred, forming connections between them. Silas was there immediately, his power different from hers but complementary. Where she connected emotions, he revealed truth. Sarah brought healing. Marcus offered strength. Xavian contributed shielding. Noriel added clarity. Together, they wove a net of kindred power that spread across the entire gathering. Through it, they connected every wolf present, friend and enemy, Alpha and Omega, creating a unity that had never existed before. The Shadow Eater hit their combined defense like a wave crashing against a cliff. Pain exploded through the kindred network. Iskira screamed as the creature's hunger tried to devour their connection, to feed on the very bonds they'd created. But they held. 6 kindred and 1 alpha, channeling the combined life force of 12 packs, pushing back against primordial darkness. The Shadow Eater recoiled, its form destabilizing. It wasn't defeated, not even close, but it was hurt.
Surprised.
It had never encountered resistance like this before. With a sound like reality tearing, the creature retreated into the darkness beyond the standing stones, leaving only frost and the lingering stench of emptiness behind. Iskira collapsed. The other kindred did the same, their newly awakened powers depleted. Through the mate bond, she felt Xavian catch her before she hit the ground. "Is it dead?" someone asked. "No," Silas gasped from where he lay on the frost-covered grass. "Just wounded. And now it knows we can fight back. It will return stronger, angrier, hungrier." The gathered alphas stared at the kindred who had saved them, some with gratitude, others with fear at power they'd just witnessed. Finally, Alpha Aurelia stepped forward and knelt beside Iskira. "I was wrong to doubt you, Luna. Stormridge pledges to your alliance. Whatever comes next, we face it together." One by one, the remaining holdouts added their voices. Hadrian, Kalen, even the smaller packs who'd been fence-sitting. 12 packs, united for the first time in living memory. United not by conquest or treaty, but by survival necessity and kindred bonds. As Xavian carried Iskira toward the healing tents, she caught Silas's eye. The young kindred smiled weakly. "Welcome to the family," she told him through their newfound connection. Glad to be here, he replied. Though I wish the welcoming committee had been less apocalyptic. Despite everything, Iskira laughed. They'd survived the first encounter with the Shadow Eater. They'd awakened 6 kindred and forged an impossible alliance. But the creature would return.
Stronger.
Hungrier. And next time, their desperate defense might not be enough. Chapter 11. 3 days after the first attack, Iskira stood in the training circle with 5 other kindred, each of them struggling to control powers they'd only just discovered. Focus on the connection, not the command, she instructed, watching Silas attempt to link with a small group of volunteer wolves. Kindred power works through empathy, not domination. You're not forcing them to obey, you're asking them to understand. Silas's silver eyes blazed with concentration, but the connection he was trying to forge kept slipping. The wolves winced as his untrained power brushed against their consciousness too roughly. I can't, he gasped, sweat beading on his forehead. It's like trying to thread a needle while running. Because you're thinking too hard, Sarah Nightshade offered from where she practiced healing techniques on wounded warriors. Her gift had manifested strongly. Already she could mend broken bones and close wounds that would have taken weeks to heal naturally. Kindred power flows from instinct, not intellect. You have to feel it, not think about it. Easy for you to say, Marcus Ironwood muttered. He was the oldest of the awakened kindred, a man in his 40s who'd spent decades believing he was simply unlucky rather than carrying dormant power. His gift was enhancement. He could temporarily increase a wolf's strength, speed, or senses. But the strain was wearing on him. Some of us didn't spend our lives having mysterious dreams and strange intuitions. This is all new. Iskira felt their frustration through the network of connections she'd established between the kindred. It was exhausting, maintaining these bonds while also managing her Luna duties, but necessary. They needed to function as a unit when the Shadow Eater returned. And it would return. Every night, Iskira's dreams grew worse, the darkness spreading, the hungry eyes drawing closer, the certainty of impending doom settling over her like a shroud. Take a break, she said, recognizing that pushing harder would only lead to mistakes. We'll resume within an hour. As the kindred dispersed, Xavian approached from the command tent. Through their bond, she felt his weariness. He'd been coordinating with the 12 alphas, trying to organize defenses and maintain the fragile alliance. It was like herding cats, if the cats were apex predators with centuries-old grudges and hair-trigger tempers. How's the training progressing? He asked, slipping his arms around her waist from behind. Slowly. Silas has incredible raw power, but no control. Sarah is a natural healer, but gets overwhelmed by others' pain. Marcus is strong but aging. I'm worried he'll burn himself out. She leaned back against his chest, drawing comfort from his solid presence. We need more time, Xavian. Time we don't have. The veil-touched estimate we have is perhaps a week before the Shadow Eater attacks again, Xavian said grimly. It's been feeding in the wilderness. We've found entire sections of forest dead, drained of life. Animals, plants, even the soil itself turned to ash. Iskira's stomach churned. How fast is it growing? Fast enough that Theron wants to launch a preemptive strike. Find the creature's lair and destroy it before it reaches full strength. That's suicide. We barely drove it back when it was weak, attacking it on its own ground. I know, Xavian interrupted. But staying defensive means waiting for it to choose when and where to attack. At least if we go to it, we control the battlefield. Through their bond, Iskira felt his conflict. He wanted to protect everyone, but the options were all terrible. Fight now and possibly lose. Wait and definitely lose on worse terms. Before she could respond, a commotion erupted near the edge of the encampment. Wolves were shouting, and she felt a spike of alarm through her kindred connections. They ran toward the disturbance to find a lone figure stumbling into camp, a wolf barely old enough to be considered an adult, covered in blood and frost. Their eyes were wild with terror, and they collapsed the moment they crossed the boundary stones. It's a messenger from Moonpeak Pack, Beta Cassius said, kneeling beside the fallen wolf. They're not part of the alliance. They stayed neutral, kept to their mountain territory. The young wolf shifted to human form with visible effort, revealing a girl who couldn't be more than 16. Her voice came out as a hoarse whisper. Gone. All of them. The darkness came 3 nights ago. We tried to fight, tried to run. She broke down sobbing. I'm the only one left. 47 wolves, and I'm the only one who escaped. Horrified silence fell over the gathered crowd. Iskira felt the weight of that statement like a physical blow. An entire pack, wiped out in a single night. The Shadow Eater is stronger than we thought, Silas said quietly, his silver eyes haunted. If it can consume an entire pack in one attack, then we can't wait for it to come to us, Xavian finished. His jaw set with determination. We will strike tomorrow night. All 12 packs, every kindred, every warrior who can hold a weapon. We find that thing's lair, and we end this. How do we even find it? Marcus asked. The creature moves through shadows. It could be anywhere. The Moonpeak survivor looked up, tears streaming down her face. I know where it is. I followed it after everyone died. Wanted to see where it went, wanted to. Her voice cracked. It has a den. In the hollow peaks, where the old Covenant site used to be. Before it was abandoned and cursed. Iskira's blood ran cold. The first Covenant site? Where did Kindred and the wolves initially make their pact? The same, Kellinor said, materializing from the shadows in their unsettling way. Of course the Shadow Eater would nest there. The location is saturated with ancient power, perfect for a creature trying to rebuild strength after crossing realms. Then that's where we go, Xavian said. At dawn, we march for the hollow peaks. Every pack sends their strongest warriors. We bring all 6 kindred, and we pray to the moon goddess that we're strong enough to finish what we're starting. The war council that night was tense. 12 alphas crowded into the command tent, along with their betas and key warriors. Iskira stood beside Xavian, very aware that she was the only non-alpha in the inner circle, a position she'd earned through kindred power rather than tooth and claw. We're talking about taking 300 warriors into unknown territory to fight a creature we barely understand, Alpha Aurelia said, her fingers drumming on the map spread across the central table. That's not a strategy. That's desperation. Desperation is all we have left, Alpha Draven countered. The Shadow Eater just consumed an entire pack. How long before it's strong enough to attack all of us simultaneously? The Veil Touch said it's still weak, relatively speaking. Theron interjected. This is our best chance, possibly our only chance, to destroy it before it reaches full power. And if we fail? Alpha Lee said asked. If we throw our combined might at this creature and it destroys us, who protects our territories? Our families? Our cubs? If we don't fight, there won't be any territories left to protect, Xavian said flatly. His alpha authority filled the tent, commanding attention. The Shadow Eater doesn't negotiate. It doesn't retreat. It consumes everything in its path and moves on to the next world. Our only choice is victory or extinction. Iskira studied the map, noting the location of the Hollow Peaks, a mountain range that had been abandoned centuries ago after some disaster no one quite remembered. The first Covenant site was supposedly there, though time and neglect had reduced it to ruins. What's the plan once we reach the lair? She asked. We can't just charge in swinging. The Shadow Eater is incorporeal. Regular weapons won't hurt it. That's where you come in, Silas said. He'd been standing quietly in the corner, his silver eyes reflecting torchlight strangely. Kindred power is the only thing that's hurt it so far. We need to hit it with concentrated kindred energy and overwhelm its defenses. 6 kindred against a primordial entity, Marcus said skeptically. Even with our combined power, can we generate enough force to destroy it? Not just kindred power, Iskira said, an idea forming. What if we channeled it through the packs? Use the warriors as amplifiers, the way we did during the first attack. 6 kindred connecting 300 wolves, creating a network of power that would either save us all or kill everyone involved in the attempt, Varia finished. The old woman had arrived at the encampment that afternoon, summoned by Skira's urgent message. Her expression was grave. What you're describing is the Grand Covenant, the ultimate expression of kindred wolf unity. It's only been attempted 3 times in recorded history. What happened 3 times? Xavian asked. Twice it succeeded in stopping existential threats. Once it failed catastrophically, killing every kindred and wolf involved in the work. Varia's amber eyes found Skira's. The risk is enormous. If even one connection breaks, if the network destabilizes, the backlash could destroy every mind linked to it. So we're gambling 300 lives on a technique that has a 33% failure rate, Alpha Hadrian said. Wonderful odds. Better than 0%, Iskira countered. Which is what we have if we do nothing. Through the mate bond, she felt Xavian's fear for her safety warring with his recognition that she was right. Finally, he nodded. We attempt the Grand Covenant. Luna Iskira will coordinate the kindred. I'll lead the warriors. We hit the Shadow Eater with everything we have, and we don't stop until it's destroyed or we're dead. I want it noted that this is insane, Alpha Kalen muttered, but he didn't object further. The Alphas dispersed to prepare their packs. Iskira remained in the tent with Xavian, Varia, and the other kindred. You need to understand what you're attempting, Varia said, pulling out an ancient text bound in leather that looked like it might crumble to dust at any moment. The Grand Covenant requires perfect synchronization between all kindred involved. You must think as one mind, act as one will. Any hesitation, any doubt, any individual ego asserting itself, it will break the working. How do we achieve that kind of unity? Sarah asked. We've barely been training together for 3 days. You forge a soul bond, Varia said. Not a mate bond. Those are romantic and possessive. A soul bond is different. It's 6 individuals choosing to merge their consciousness temporarily to become a single entity with 6 bodies. It's intimate in ways that will make a mate bond seem casual by comparison. Iskira felt a flutter of unease. How intimate are we talking? You'll know each other's deepest fears, most shameful secrets, most painful memories, Varia said bluntly. There will be no privacy, no walls, no hiding. Everything you are will be laid bare to the others, and their truth will become yours. Some kindred who've attempted this never fully separated afterward. They spent the rest of their lives feeling echoes of their soul-bonded companions. The tent fell silent as the kindred absorbed this information. Iskira looked at Silas, Sarah, Marcus, Yvain, and Noriel, 5 people she barely knew, whose lives would become permanently entangled with hers if they proceeded. I'm willing, Silas said quietly. I've spent my whole life seeing truths others wanted hidden. At least this time, everyone will know I'm looking. I can handle it, Sarah said, though her voice wavered slightly. Healers deal with intimate knowledge all the time. This is just more so. One by one, the others agreed. Marcus with grim determination. Yvain with warrior's pragmatism. Noriel with quiet acceptance. Then we begin tonight, Varia said. The soul bond must be established before the battle. You need time to adjust to each other's presence in your minds, to learn to move as one. How long does the process take? Iskira asked. Hours. Days. It depends on how much resistance you carry, how many walls you've built around your true selves. Varia's expression softened. It will be the hardest thing you've ever done. Harder than awakening your power, harder than facing the Shadow Eater. Because you'll have to face yourselves first. Xavian pulled Iskira aside as the others prepared for the bonding ritual. Through their mate bond, she felt his tumultuous emotions, pride in her courage, terror at what she was about to do, and underneath it all, a possessive fear that this soul bond would change her in ways that took her away from him. I'm scared, she admitted, leaning into his embrace. I know. I can feel it. He held her tighter. But I also feel your determination, your certainty that this is necessary. So I'm not going to try to stop you, even though everything in me wants to lock you somewhere safe and face this threat alone. We're stronger together, Iskira reminded him. That's what this whole thing is about. Unity over isolation. Trust over fear. Just promise me you'll come back, Xavian said, his voice rough. Promise that after the soul bond, after the battle, you'll still be you. Still be mine. I promise, Iskira said, though she wasn't entirely certain she could keep that promise. She didn't know what would emerge from the soul bond, whether she'd be fundamentally changed or merely expanded. They kissed, deep and desperate, pouring love and fear and hope through their mate bond. When they finally separated, Iskira felt steadier, grounded in a way that would help her survive what came next. The bonding circle had been prepared in a clearing away from the main encampment. 6 cushions arranged in a perfect hexagon, with candles marking the points between them. Various stood at the center, holding a ceremonial blade that gleamed with its own inner light. Sit, she instructed. Face inward. Hold hands with those beside you. Iskira settled between Silas and Sarah, feeling their hands clasp hers. Through the physical contact, she could already sense their surface thoughts. Silas's determination mixed with curiosity, Sarah's nervousness buried under the healer's calm. The soul bond is forged through sacrifice, Varia said. Each of you must offer something precious, a memory, a secret, a piece of yourself that you've never shared with another. The blade will cut your palm, and as your blood mingles, your souls will follow. She moved around the circle, the blade kissing each kindred's palm in turn. As Iskira's blood welled up and dripped onto the ground where it mixed with the others, she felt the first tendrils of connection forming. It started gently, awareness of the other's presence in her mind, like hearing distant voices. But as Varia began to chant in the old language, the connection deepened. Suddenly, Iskira wasn't alone in her head anymore. She felt Silas's memories crash into her consciousness, a childhood spent seeing things others couldn't, being cursed and mad, the isolation of knowing truth no one else would acknowledge. She felt Sarah's pain, losing her mother to a disease she'd been helpless to cure, the desperation that had driven her to study healing. She felt Marcus's regret over a mate bond rejected in his youth, a choice that had haunted him for decades. Yvain's rage at being overlooked for her gentler siblings. Noriel's fear of inadequacy, of never being enough. And they felt hers. Every moment of being wolfless and invisible. Every casual cruelty endured. The execution stone. Xavian's rejection. The desperate awakening of power she'd never asked for. The intimacy was overwhelming. Iskira tried to pull back, to maintain some boundary, but the soul bond wouldn't allow it. It demanded complete surrender, complete vulnerability. Let go, Varia's voice echoed through the connection. Stop fighting. You cannot forge unity while clinging to separation. It went against every instinct Iskira had. But she forced herself to release her grip on individual identity, to allow the boundaries between self and other to blur. The world exploded into sensation. 6 minds became one. 6 hearts beat in synchronization. 6 sets of lungs breathed as one organism. Iskira was herself and also Silas, Sarah, Marcus, Yvain, Noriel. She saw through 12 eyes, felt with 12 hands, thought with 6 brains working in perfect harmony. The power that surged through the soul bond made her individual kindred abilities seem like candle flames compared to a bonfire. Together, they were exponentially stronger than apart. Together, they might actually stand a chance against the Shadow Eater. But the cost of that power was total exposure. Every fear, every shame, every moment of weakness laid bare. Iskira felt tears streaming down her face. Her face? Their faces, as decades of accumulated pain from 6 lives washed through their shared consciousness. They stayed that way for hours, learning each other's patterns, adjusting to the constant presence of 5 other minds. When Varia finally released them from the circle, breaking the worst of the intensity, Iskira collapsed onto the grass, gasping. The soul bond remained, but muted now. She could sense the others at the edge of her awareness, present without overwhelming. It felt like wearing clothes that didn't quite fit, foreign and familiar simultaneously. How do you feel? Varia asked. Like I've been turned inside out, Silas said, voicing what they all felt. Is it always this intense? It will become easier, Varia assured them. By tomorrow, you'll be able to function normally while maintaining the bond. By the time we reach the hollow peaks, you'll move as one without conscious thought. Iskira reached through the mate bond to Xavian, needing to feel his presence as an anchor. He was there immediately, sending waves of love and concern. I'm okay, she assured him.
Different, but okay.
You feel different, he replied. Not bad. Just more. Like you've expanded somehow. She had. They all had. 6 kindred, soul-bonded, and ready to face the darkness. Tomorrow, they will march to war. And they would either save the territories or die trying. Chapter 12. The march to the Hollow Peaks took 2 days of hard travel through increasingly desolate terrain. The land itself seemed to recoil from the Shadow Eater's presence. Trees stood bare and skeletal even though it was mid-spring. Streams ran sluggish and foul, and the very air tasted of ash and decay. Iskira walked near the front of the column with the other soul-bonded kindred, their minds in constant communion. It was strange, feeling 5 other consciousness threads woven through her own thoughts. When she stumbled over a root, Sarah's hand steadied her before she'd even fully processed the motion. When Marcus's aging body protested the pace, Iskira and the others sent strengthening energy through the bond without conscious decision. They were learning to function as a single organism with 6 bodies, just as Varia had promised. Through the mate bond, she maintained connection with Xavian, who led the combined army alongside the other alphas. 300 warriors, the largest unified force the territories had seen in living memory. It should have felt like strength. Instead, it felt like leading lambs to slaughter. Stop catastrophizing, Silas chided through the soul bond, his thoughts colored with wry humor. We're not dead yet. Let's at least wait until we see the monster before assuming we've lost. He's right, Sarah added. Fear serves the Shadow Eater. It feeds on negative emotion as much as life force. We need to stay centered. Easier said than done, Iskira thought, but she tried to follow their advice. The soul bond was teaching her things about emotional regulation that years of solo practice never could. When one of them spiraled toward panic, the others provided ballast. When doubt crept in, collective determination pushed it back. On the second evening, they made camp at the base of the Hollow Peaks. The mountains loomed above them like broken teeth, their peaks shrouded in unnatural darkness that seemed to devour the sunset. The Covenant site is at the summit of the central peak. Kellinor informed the gathered alphas, pointing at a map that showed terrain features no longer visible to mortal eyes. There's only one approach that won't require climbing sheer cliff faces. But it's narrow. We'll have to move in small groups. Perfect ambush terrain, Beta Cassius muttered. If the Shadow Eater is intelligent enough to choose this as its lair, it's intelligent enough to fortify the approach. We don't have a choice, Xavian said. We can't lay siege to a creature that doesn't need food or water. We go in, we fight, we win or die. The bluntness of his statement settled over the gathering like a shroud. These were experienced warriors. They all understood the odds. But hearing their alpha acknowledge it so directly made the danger undeniable. The Kindred will go first, Iskira said, the decision forming through the soul bond before she consciously spoke it. We're the only ones who can truly hurt the Shadow Eater. The warriors follow to provide support and amplification, but the killing blow has to come from us. Absolutely not, Xavian said immediately. I won't send you ahead without protection. You're not sending me anywhere. I'm choosing to go. Iskira met his storm-gray eyes steadily. This is what Kindred was made for, Xavian. To stand between our packs and threats they can't face alone. You have to trust me to do this. Through their mate bond, she felt his war between duty and love. As Alpha, he knew she was right. As her mate, he wanted to lock her away from danger. Finally, he nodded. The Kindred advanced first, but not alone. I'm going with you. Non-negotiable. And Shadowmere's elite guard, Theron added. 6 of my best warriors to supplement the Kindred. Other alphas quickly volunteered their finest fighters until a strike team of 20 had been assembled, 6 Kindred, 6 alphas including Xavian and Theron, and 8 elite warriors from various packs. The rest hold position here, Xavian commanded. If we fail, you retreat and scatter. Don't try to avenge us. Just survive and warn the other territories. And if you succeed? Alpha Draven asked. Then we'll send word, and you advance to help with whatever cleanup is necessary. Xavian's expression hardened. But don't assume success. Assume we're dead unless you receive explicit confirmation otherwise. The strike team gathered their equipment as twilight deepened into night. Iskira found herself checking and rechecking weapons she barely knew how to use, nervous energy making her hands shake. Breathe, the soul bond chorus reminded her. We're with you. You're not alone. She took comfort in that truth. Whatever happened on that mountain, she would face it with 5 others who knew her completely, who would fight beside her without hesitation or doubt. Xavian appeared at her side, his presence a warm anchor in the growing darkness. Ready? No, Iskira admitted. But I don't think I ever will be. Some things you just have to do despite the fear. He pulled her close, and she felt his heartbeat against her chest, steady, strong, alive. When this is over, he said quietly, when we've won and the Shadow Eater is destroyed, I want to do the mating ceremony properly. Public bonding before all the packs, formal recognition of you as my Luna and partner. No more political complications or secret rejections. Just us, acknowledged and celebrated. Iskira's throat tightened with emotion. That sounds perfect. Though you might want to wait until after the ceremony to spring that I almost got us all killed fighting a primordial evil story on our cubs.
Deal.
Xavian kissed her, deep and claiming, pouring love through their mate bond with an intensity that made her knees weak. When they finally separated, both were breathing hard. Come back to me, Iskira. We have a life to build. Come back to me too, she whispered. I've only just found you. I'm not ready to lose you yet. The strike team assembled as the last light faded from the sky. 20 warriors, moving in coordinated silence up the narrow mountain path toward the ancient Covenant site. The darkness was absolute. No moon penetrated the unnatural gloom, and the stars seemed dimmed, their light struggling to reach through the Shadow Eater's influence. The Kindred moved by feel more than sight, their soul bond providing spatial awareness that normal vision couldn't match. They climbed for hours, the path growing steeper and more treacherous. Loose rocks skittered beneath their feet, and the temperature dropped until their breath came out in frozen clouds. Then Silas stopped abruptly, his silver eyes wide. It knows we're here. The darkness ahead of them moved. It wasn't the natural darkness of night. It was something alive and aware, studying them with hunger that transcended mere appetite. Iskira felt it through the soul bond, amplified 6 times over. The Shadow Eater's presence pressed against their consciousness like physical weight. Formation, Xavian commanded quietly. The alphas and warriors formed a protective circle around the Kindred, weapons drawn even though steel would be useless against their true enemy. The darkness coalesced, taking shape. But this time it wasn't alone. Beside the massive, writhing form of the Shadow Eater stood 3 smaller figures, humanoid but wrong, their bodies flickering between corporeal and shadow. Chimera, like Mordain had been, but these had already given themselves fully to the darkness. Welcome, one of them said, their voice echoing with the same harmonics as the Shadow Eater itself. We've been expecting you, Kindred. The feast wouldn't be complete without you. More Chimera survived, Marcus said through the soul bond. Mordain wasn't working alone. Of course not, the Chimera continued, as if they'd heard the thought. Perhaps they had, this close to the Shadow Eater. The boundaries between mind and reality seemed permeable. We are the children of contradiction, born between worlds. When the Shadow Eater crossed the veil, we heard its call. We've been preparing this welcome for you. The trap had been deeper than they'd realized. The Shadow Eater hadn't just been feeding randomly, it had been coordinating with Chimera agents, using them to scout and plan and draw their enemies into the perfect killing ground. It doesn't matter, Iskira said, her voice steady despite the fear coursing through her veins. "We're still going to destroy it, and you along with it." The Chimera laughed, and the sound was picked up and amplified by the Shadow Eater until the whole mountain seemed to shake with malicious amusement. "You're welcome to try, little Kindred, but you're in our realm now. The Covenant site is saturated with death. 500 years of decay and abandonment have transformed it from a place of unity to a monument of division. Your Kindred power will find no purchase here." Iskira reached for her Kindred core, preparing to prove them wrong. But when she tried to connect with the warriors around her, she hit resistance. The Chimera was right. Something about this place interfered with Kindred bonds, making the connection sluggish and unreliable. "Soul bond," Silas suggested. "We bypass the corruption by linking through each other instead of directly to the wolves." It was risky. Channeling that much power through the soul bond could burn them all out. But it might be their only option. Before Iskira could respond, the Shadow Eater attacked. Tendrils of living darkness lashed out, impossibly fast. Warriors screamed as the creature's touch drained their life force, aging them decades in seconds. The alphas shifted immediately, their massive wolf forms providing some resistance, but even they staggered under the onslaught.
Now!
Iskira commanded through the soul bond. 6 kindred minds merged completely, becoming a single consciousness distributed across 6 bodies. Through their unified awareness, they reached for the warriors and alphas, forging connections despite the site's corruption. It was like trying to swim through molasses, but they pushed through. The Grand Covenant activated. 20 minds linked as one. 6 kindred, 6 alphas, 8 warriors, all thinking, feeling, moving in perfect synchronization. The power that surged through their connection made the air itself vibrate with energy. Iskira, Silas, Sarah, Marcus, Yvain, Noriel raised their collective hands, and silver light exploded from all 6 kindreds simultaneously. The beam of pure covenant magic struck the Shadow Eater dead center. The creature shrieked, a sound that existed in frequencies beyond normal hearing, that resonated in the soul rather than the ear. It recoiled, its form destabilizing as the concentrated kindred power burned through its essence. But the 3 chimera weren't idle. They moved with coordinated precision, attacking the warriors and alphas to disrupt the Grand Covenant. One warrior fell, his connection to the network severing abruptly. The backlash sent pain lancing through all 20 remaining minds. Hold. Xavian's alpha authority reinforced the wavering connections. Don't break formation. Another warrior fell. Then another. Each loss weakened the Grand Covenant, making the remaining connections harder to maintain. The Kindred poured more power into the network, trying to compensate, but they were burning through reserves too quickly. The Shadow Eater recovered faster than Iskira had hoped. It surged forward, engulfing 3 warriors in darkness. Their screams cut off abruptly as their life force was consumed entirely. Through the fragmenting network, Iskira felt the other alphas' desperation. They were losing. The Grand Covenant was collapsing. Within minutes, they'd all be dead. There's another way, a voice whispered at the edge of Iskira's consciousness. Not one of the soul-bonded kindred. Not Xavian through the mate bond. Something else. The moon goddess herself, speaking for the first time since Iskira's awakening. The Covenant was never meant to be just about wolves, the goddess's voice continued.
It was about unity.
All creatures, all powers, working in harmony.
You've been limiting yourself, child.
Expand. Iskira understood in a flash of divine insight. The Grand Covenant could include more than just wolves and kindred. It could include the veil touched, the chimera, even the land itself, if she could forge connections deep enough. That's madness, Marcus's thought echoed through the soul bond. The chimera are our enemies. The veil touched are barely allies. We can't trust. We can't win without them, Iskira countered. Trust isn't the same as alliance. We just need them connected long enough to channel power through them. She reached out through the fragmenting network, extending tendrils of kindred awareness toward the chimera fighting against them, toward Kellinor and the other veil-touched watching from the edges of the battle, toward the very stones of the mountain, ancient and aware in ways mortals rarely recognized. "Join us," she called, her voice resonating through multiple planes of existence. Not as servants, not as conquered enemies, but as fellow children of this world who will all die if the Shadow Eater wins. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, Kellinor stepped forward from the shadows, their strange eyes glowing. "We accept the covenant, Kindred." The veil touch joined the network, their consciousness alien but compatible. Through them, Iskira could see the spaces between worlds and could feel the fundamental wrongness of the Shadow Eater's presence. One of the Chimera hesitated, their loyalty to the Shadow Eater wavering. They'd been promised power, promised belonging, but the creature had given them only servitude and emptiness. "We were born between worlds," the Chimera said slowly. "Perhaps we were meant to bridge them, not serve the darkness that divides them." They joined the network. Then another. The third Chimera snarled and lunged to attack, but the other two restrained them. The expanded Grand Covenant stabilized. 23 minds linked now, 6 kindred, 6 alphas, 5 warriors, 3 veil-touched, 2 chimera, and the mountain itself humming with ancient power. Iskira felt the difference immediately. The corruption that had been interfering with kindred bonds burned away, replaced by connections stronger than anything she'd imagined possible. This wasn't just wolves and kindred working together. This was all creatures of the realm united against a common threat. Again, she commanded through the network. 23 beings raised their power simultaneously. Silver light mixed with the veil-touched's ethereal energy, the chimera's shadow-walking abilities, and the mountain's ancient earth magic. The combined beams struck the Shadow Eater with enough force to crack the mountain beneath them. The creature screamed again, but this time its form didn't just destabilize, it began to tear apart. The power of true unity, true covenant, was anathema to a being that existed on division and consumption. But the Shadow Eater wasn't defeated yet. It lashed out desperately, tendrils of darkness seeking any weakness in the network. One struck Xavian, and Iskira felt his pain spike through their mate's bond. "I've got him," Sarah thought, her healing power flooding through the network to mend Xavian's injuries. The Shadow Eater attacked again, targeting the newly joined Chimera. But Silas was there, his truth-seeing abilities showing them exactly where the attacks would come from, allowing them to dodge. Back and forth the battle raged, the Grand Covenant holding firm against increasingly desperate attacks. The Shadow Eater was weakening, its form growing less distinct, but it refused to die. "We need to hit the core," Silas realized, his enhanced sight piercing through the creature's shadowy exterior. "There's a solid point at the center. That's what's anchoring it to this realm. Destroy that and the rest will collapse." "How do we reach it?" Yvain demanded. "The creature's too large, too amorphous. We'd have to get inside it, and that means death," Noriel finished. "Anyone who enters the Shadow Eater's body will be consumed before they can strike the core." Silence fell across the network as everyone processed this. They'd found the key to victory, but it required a sacrifice none of them wanted to make. "I'll do it," Iskira said immediately. "I'm Luna, the strongest kindred. If anyone has a chance of surviving long enough to strike the core, it's me." "No." Xavian's thought crashed through the mate bond. "I won't let you." "It's not your choice," Iskira interrupted gently. "This is what I was awakened for. What kindred were meant to do, sacrifice for the pack." "We all go," Silas said suddenly. "All 6 kindred, soul-bonded and moving as one. We'll have more power, more endurance, better odds of reaching the core." The other kindred agreed immediately through the soul bond. They'd already merged their consciousness. Dying together seemed almost fitting. "Then we're going too," Theron said, his alpha authority brooking no argument. 6 alphas with their kindred. That's the covenant, wolves and kindred together. "This is insane." Beta Cassius's voice echoed from the main army below. He'd been listening through his connection to the network. "You're talking about 12 of our strongest walking into certain death. For a chance at certain victory," Xavian finished. "Sometimes leadership means making the hard choice, Cassius. Hold the line. If we fail, you lead the retreat." He shifted back to human form and moved to stand beside Iskira. Through their mate bond, she felt his fear and determination warring. But beneath it all was love, absolute and unshakable. Together, he asked, taking her hand. Always, Iskira replied. The other alphas and Kindred arranged themselves in pairs, Theron with Silas, Draven with Yvain, Lisette with Sarah, Aurelia with Marcus, Hadrian with Noriel. 12 warriors walking hand in hand toward almost certain death. The Shadow Eater seemed to sense their intent. It pulled back, its form condensing protectively around its core. Now, Iskira commanded. 12 figures ran forward as one, crossing the distance between them and the creature in heartbeats. The Shadow Eater's tendrils lashed out, trying to stop them, but the veil-touched and chimera still connected to the network created shields of ethereal energy that deflected the attacks just long enough. They plunged into the Shadow Eater's body. Darkness enveloped them immediately. It was like drowning in tar, thick, suffocating, hungry. Iskira felt the creature trying to drain her life force, felt her strength bleeding away with every second. But the soul bond held. 6 kindred minds merged completely, creating a core of resistance the Shadow Eater couldn't fully penetrate. And the mate bonds, 6 of them, linking Kindred to Alpha, provided anchors that kept them from being consumed entirely. There. Silas's enhanced sight pierced the darkness, showing them the core. It pulsed with sickly green light, roughly spherical, about the size of a human heart. They pushed toward it, every step an agony of resistance. Marcus fell first, his aging body unable to withstand the drain. But before his consciousness faded completely, he pushed all his remaining power into the other kindred. Make it count, he thought, then was gone. Hadrian, his alpha partner, screamed in rage and grief. But he kept moving forward, honoring Marcus's sacrifice by ensuring it meant something. Sarah fell next, her healer's sensitivity to others' pain making her especially vulnerable to the Shadow Eater's attack. Lisette caught her before she disappeared completely, and together they poured their combined power into one final attack on the core before both consciousnesses winked out. 4 kindred remaining. For alphas. And the core is still 10 feet away. We're not going to make it, Yvain realized. We need more power, more. The mountain itself surged through the network, offering the last of its ancient magic. The stones that had witnessed the first covenant, that had held power for millennia, gave everything they had to these desperate defenders. Boosted by earth magic, the remaining 8 warriors surged forward. Yvain and Draven reached the core first, their combined strength shattering its outer shell. But the backlash consumed them both instantly. 2 kindred, 2 alphas. Noriel counted through the soul bond.
Keep going.
She and Aurelia struck next, their power cracking the core further. As they faded, Iskira felt their consciousness merge with the network, their essence becoming part of the covenant itself rather than disappearing entirely. Just us, Xavian said through the mate bond. You and me. The way it was always meant to be. Iskira and Xavian stood before the core, its green light pulsing erratically as it struggled to maintain cohesion. Around them, the Shadow Eater's body convulsed, trying desperately to expel them before they could finish what they'd started. I love you, Iskira thought, pouring every ounce of feeling through their bond. In this life, and whatever comes after. I love you too, Xavian replied. My Luna. My mate. My everything. Together they struck. Kindred power and alpha authority, mate-bonded and unbreakable, hit the core simultaneously. The impact shattered it completely. The Shadow Eater's scream was heard across 3 territories. Its body disintegrated, unraveling into nothingness as the anchor tying it to the mortal realm ceased to exist. Iskira felt herself falling, consciousness fragmenting. She'd used everything, every drop of kindred power, every ounce of strength. There was nothing left. Through the fading mate bond, she felt Xavian falling with her. Felt his life force guttering like a candle in a storm. At least we're together, she thought as darkness claimed her. At least we didn't die alone. Iskira woke to the silver light. She lay on soft grass beneath a sky full of stars that seemed closer than they should be. Her body felt strange, present but not quite solid, as if she existed in multiple states simultaneously. "Welcome, my child." Iskira sat up to find the moon goddess standing before her. She was beautiful beyond description, with silver hair that flowed like water and eyes that held the wisdom of eternity. "Am I dead?" Iskira asked. "That depends on your definition," the goddess replied with a slight smile. "Your mortal form is damaged. You pushed yourself far beyond normal limits. But you're not gone entirely. Not yet. Xavian is here." The goddess gestured, and Iskira saw him lying nearby, still unconscious but breathing. "Your mate bond saved you both. When you should have been consumed completely, it anchored your souls to each other, kept you from dissolving entirely." Relief flooded through Iskira. "Then we can go back? Return to our bodies. Eventually. But first, we need to talk about what comes next." The goddess settled onto the grass with inhuman grace. "You've done something extraordinary, child. You've forged a covenant that included not just wolves and kindred, but veil-touched, chimera, and the land itself. You created unity where division had reigned for centuries. For kindred died for it," Iskira said, grief washing over her. "Marcus, Sarah, Yvain, Noriel, and 4 alphas. They sacrificed everything."
They did.
But their sacrifice wasn't meaningless. The goddess's eyes gleamed with something like pride. Their consciousness merged with the covenant itself. They've become part of the fundamental magic that binds this realm together. In a way, they're more alive now than they ever were, present in every tree, every stone, every wolf who honors the covenant. Iskira thought about that, about her soul-bonded companions existing as part of the world itself rather than as individual beings. It was beautiful and heartbreaking simultaneously. "What happens now?" she asked. "The Shadow Eater is destroyed. The immediate threat is over. Do the packs return to their old feuds and territorial disputes?" "That," the goddess said, "is up to you. The covenant you forged tonight can be sustained or allowed to fade. If the packs choose to maintain unity, to remember what they accomplished together, this could be the beginning of a new age. But if they fall back into old patterns," she shrugged, "the next threat might find them divided and vulnerable. So my work isn't finished." "Luna's work is never finished," the goddess replied with amusement. "But you don't have to carry the burden alone anymore. You have a mate who stands beside you. You have 2 soul-bonded kindred who survived. Silas escaped the Shadow Eater's body before it fully collapsed. And you have 12 packs who've seen what's possible when they work together." "Only 2 kindred left," Iskira said sadly. "Out of 6 who awakened, only 3 of us survived." "For now," the goddess corrected. "But kindred bloodlines exist throughout the territories, waiting to be awakened. What you've proven is that it's safe to emerge, safe to acknowledge the power. Others will follow your example." Xavian stirred, his eyes opening to silver light. "Iskira?" She moved to his side immediately, taking his hand. "I'm here. We're alive. We won. The others? Gone," Iskira said quietly. "Marcus, Sarah, Yvain, Noriel, and their alpha partners. They gave everything to destroy the Shadow Eater's core." Xavian's grief rippled through their mate's bond. These were wolves he'd fought beside, alphas he'd coordinated with. Their loss would be felt across all territories. "They'll be remembered," he said finally. "Honored. We'll build monuments, establish festivals, ensure their sacrifice is never forgotten." "A good start," the goddess approved. "Now, you have a choice. You can stay here in this in-between place, healing and resting as long as you need. Or you can return immediately to your bodies and begin the work of maintaining the unity you've forged. Both paths have merit." Iskira looked at Xavian, their eyes meeting in perfect understanding. Through the mate bond, they communicated without words, reaching consensus in heartbeats. "We go back," Iskira said. "Our people need to see that we survived. Need to know the threat is ended and the future is beginning." "Very well." The goddess touched both their foreheads gently. "Then wake, my children. Wake and build the world you've fought so hard to save. Silver light flared, bright enough to hurt. Iskira gasped, her consciousness slamming back into her physical body with jarring force. She was lying on stone, wrapped in furs, with Silas kneeling beside her looking equal parts relieved and exhausted. "Luna," he said, his voice cracking with emotion. "Thank the goddess. You've been unconscious for 2 days. We thought we didn't know if—" "Xavian," Iskira croaked, her throat raw. "Here." Silas helped her sit up, and she saw Xavian lying next to her, Beta Cassius checking his vitals with obvious worry. As if sensing her attention, Xavian's eyes opened. Their gazes met, and the mate bond sang with joy and relief and absolute certainty. They'd survived. Together, just as they'd promised. The remaining warriors, only 12 of the 20 who'd entered the Shadow Eater's lair, stood around them, battered but alive. And beyond them, stretching as far as Iskira could see, 300 wolves waited in absolute silence. When they saw both their leaders awake and moving, a cheer erupted that shook the mountain. 12 packs, celebrating not just victory but the beginning of something new. The covenant had been renewed in blood and sacrifice. And this time, it would not be forgotten. "We won," Iskira whispered to Xavian as he pulled her into his arms. "We survived," Xavian corrected. "Now comes the hard part, making sure it meant something." Through the mate bond and the remnants of the soul bond connecting her to Silas, Iskira felt the weight of that responsibility. They'd forged unity in the face of extinction. Maintaining it during peace would require different courage. But as she looked at the assembled packs, former enemies now bound by shared sacrifice, she felt hope kindle in her chest. They'd done the impossible once. They could do it again. The age of division was ending. The age of covenant was beginning. And Iskira, Kindred Luna, stood at the center of it all, ready to guide her people into an uncertain but hopeful future. Chapter 13. 6 months had passed since the battle at the Hollow Peaks, and the territories were transforming in ways no one could have predicted. Iskira stood on the balcony of the newly constructed Unity Hall, a massive structure built at the Starfall Plains where all 12 packs could gather on neutral ground. Below, hundreds of wolves moved through the grounds, their pack affiliations clear from their clothing and insignia, but their interactions friendly rather than hostile. A Bloodfang warrior laughed at something a Silvercrest scout said. Ironfang cubs played with Shadowmere younglings under the watchful eyes of parents from both packs. Merchants from the Stormridge pack traded goods with craftsmen from Nightshade territory. It wasn't perfect. Old grudges still surfaced. Territorial disputes still arose. But now they were resolved through negotiation and kindred mediation rather than bloodshed. "Incredible, isn't it?" Silas said, joining her on the balcony. The young Kindred had become her closest advisor, his truth-seeing abilities invaluable for navigating pack politics. 6 months ago, half these wolves wanted to kill each other. Now they're trading recipes and arranging marriages. "Don't romanticize it too much," Iskira cautioned. "We're still one major conflict away from everything falling apart. The peace is fragile. But it exists. That's more than anyone thought possible." Silas's silver eyes grew distant, seeing something Iskira couldn't. "I've been having visions again. Nothing concrete, just impressions. More kindred are awakening across the territories. Dozens of them, maybe hundreds. The barriers that kept the bloodlines dormant are crumbling." Iskira felt a mix of hope and trepidation. More kindred meant more power to maintain the covenant, but also more individuals who needed training, guidance, protection from those who still feared what they represented. "We'll need to establish a proper academy," she said. "Something more permanent than the training circles we've been using. A place where awakened kindred can learn control, where wolves can learn to work with them." "Already in progress." Silas gestured to the eastern section of the grounds where construction was underway. Alpha Theron donated land and resources. Several packs have sent their best teachers. "We're calling it the Covenant Academy. Cheesy, I know, but it tests well in the focus groups." Iskira laughed despite herself. Focus groups. Eloan's idea. She's been surprisingly effective at public relations. Turns out all those years learning to manipulate pack politics translate well to building coalitions. Silas's expression grew more serious. Speaking of which, the council is gathering. They're ready for your address. The Council of Alphas, 12 leaders meeting monthly to coordinate territorial issues and maintain the covenant. It was revolutionary and sometimes chaotic, but it was working. Iskira made her way to the great hall where the Alphas waited. Xavian stood at the head of the table, his presence commanding even among peers. Through their mate bond, she felt his love and support, a constant warmth that had only grown stronger over the months. The bonding ceremony they'd planned had turned into a massive celebration, all 12 packs gathering to witness the official union of Kindred Luna and Iron Fang Alpha. It had been beautiful and overwhelming, and Iskira still occasionally woke up surprised that it was real, that Xavian was truly hers, and she was his. Alphas, Iskira said, moving to stand beside Xavian. Thank you for gathering. We have several matters to address today, but first I want to share news from the outer territories. She spread a map across the table, marking locations with small stones. 3 new kindred have awakened in the past week, 1 in the unclaimed lands to the north, 2 in territories beyond our current alliance. Additionally, we've received reports of strange phenomena in the western forests. Trees growing at accelerated rates, animals behaving unusually, energy fluctuations that suggest. More creatures crossing the veil, Alpha Draven finished grimly. Like the Shadow Eater. We don't know that, Theron cautioned. The Veil-Touched have been monitoring the boundaries between realms. They say there's been increased activity, but nothing as aggressive as the Shadow Eater's incursion. Yet, Alpha Aurelia added, the Shadow Eater wasn't aggressive at first either. It took time to build strength. The room filled with concerned murmurs. The peace they'd built was strong, but it was predicated on external threats being manageable. If something worse than the Shadow Eater emerged, which is why we need to expand the alliance, Iskira said firmly. Bring in the outer territories, establish kindred outposts to monitor Veil activity, and create early warning systems. The Shadow Eater taught us that waiting for threats to fully manifest is suicide. We need to be proactive. Expansion requires resources we're already stretching thin, Alpha Kalen pointed out. The Covenant Academy, the Unity Hall, maintaining patrol networks across 12 territories. It's expensive and complicated. So was dying, Xavian said flatly. Luna Iskira is right. We can't afford to be reactive. The Covenant gives us strength, but only if we maintain it properly. The debate continued for hours, voices rising and falling as Alphas argued strategy and allocation of resources. Iskira listened carefully, occasionally offering suggestions, letting the leaders work through the complexities themselves. Her role wasn't to dictate, it was to guide, to use kindred abilities to help them understand each other's perspectives. Finally, they reached consensus. The alliance would expand cautiously, sending delegations to the outer territories to offer the Covenant rather than demanding it. Kindred would be stationed at key points to monitor Veil activity, and the Academy would receive additional funding to train the growing number of awakened individuals. As the meeting dispersed, Alpha Lisette approached Iskira privately. The Silver Crest leader's expression was troubled. Luna, I need your advice on a delicate matter, she said quietly. My daughter has shown signs of kindred awakening. She's been having dreams, seeing auras, experiencing power surges she can't control. Iskira felt a flutter of excitement. Another kindred, and from Alpha bloodline, no less. That's wonderful news. We can arrange for her to attend the Academy. That's the problem, Lisette interrupted. She doesn't want to. She's terrified of what she's becoming. She's been watching you, watching the other kindred, and she's convinced that accepting the power means sacrificing everything normal. She's talking about suppressing the awakening, about refusing her gift entirely. Iskira's heart sank. She understood that fear intimately, the terror of being different, of carrying power that made you a target. Can I speak with her? I was hoping you'd offer. They found Lisette's daughter in one of the private gardens, a young woman of perhaps 19, with silver-white hair like her mother and eyes that flickered between normal brown and luminous silver. She sat on a bench, her hands clenched into fists, clearly fighting against something internal. "My name is Iskira," she said, settling onto the bench beside the girl. "Your mother tells me you're awakening." "I don't want it," the girl, Calyx, Lisette had called her, said immediately. "I've seen what Kindred faces. The responsibility, the danger, the way everyone looks at you like you're either savior or a monster. I just want to be normal." "Normal is overrated," Iskira said with a slight smile. "But I understand the fear. I spent 23 years being normal, or trying to be, at least. Being wolfless in a pack of shifters. I know what it's like to want to blend in, to not stand out." "Then you understand why I can't do this." "I understand why you're afraid," Iskira corrected. "But refusing your power won't make you normal, Calyx. It will just make you miserable. I've seen what happens to Kindred who try to suppress their gifts. The power doesn't go away. It turns inward, becomes toxic, causes physical and mental deterioration." Calyx's hands trembled. "So I have no choice? I have to be this thing I never asked to be?" "You have every choice," Iskira said firmly. "You can choose how you use your power. Whether you join the academy or find another path. Whether you embrace public service or prefer privacy. But you can't choose whether or not you're Kindred. That decision was made for you before you were born." She reached for her Kindred core and let the gentlest tendril of power flow between them. Not a command, just a sharing. Calyx gasped as she felt what Iskira offered. Understanding, compassion, and the knowledge that she wasn't alone. "I was terrified when my power awakened," Iskira continued. "I thought it made me a monster. But I learned that power itself isn't good or evil. It's what we choose to do with it that matters. Yes, being Kindred comes with responsibility. But it also comes with purpose, with the ability to help others in ways most never can." "What if I'm not strong enough?" Calyx whispered. "Then you learn to be stronger. With help from others who understand what you're going through. With training and patience and time." Iskira took the girl's hand gently. "You're alpha-born, Calyx. Strength is already in your blood. You just need to believe you can channel it." They sat in silence for a moment, then Calyx's eyes flickered fully silver, acceptance rather than fear. "Will you teach me? Personally?"
No.
"I'm stretched too thin already." Iskira smiled. "But Silas is an excellent instructor, and he specializes in helping newly awakened Kindred find their balance. Give the academy a chance. If after 3 months you still hate it, we'll find another path for you." Calyx nodded slowly. 3 months. I can do it in 3 months. As Iskira left the gardens with Lisette, the Alpha's gratitude poured through a brief Kindred connection. "Thank you, Luna. I didn't know how to reach her." "Sometimes it helps to hear from someone who's been through the fear and survived," Iskira replied. "Your daughter will be fine. Better than fine. She'll be extraordinary." That evening, Iskira returned to the private quarters she shared with Xavian in Unity Hall. He was already there, reviewing reports, but he set them aside immediately when she entered. "Long day?" he asked, pulling her into his arms. "Productive day," Iskira corrected, leaning into his warmth. Another Kindred committed to training. The council approved expansion plans. Silas had visions of more awakenings. "We're building something real, Xavian. Something that might actually last." "We are," he agreed. "Though I notice you're exhausted. You're pushing too hard again," says the Alpha, who was up until midnight reviewing patrol reports. "That's different. I'm just coordinating logistics. You're holding together an alliance of former enemies while training new Kindred while serving as Luna of Ironfang while." He kissed her forehead. "You're allowed to rest occasionally." "I'll rest when the work is done." "The work is never done," Xavian said quietly. "That's what I've learned over the past 6 months. There will always be another crisis, another dispute, another threat. If you don't build in time to breathe, you'll burn out." Iskira knew he was right. She could feel the exhaustion in her bones, the constant drain of maintaining so many connections and responsibilities. But stopping felt like failure, like abandoning the wolves who depended on her. Through the mate bond, Xavian felt her internal struggle. How about this? Tomorrow we take the day off. Just us. No Luna duties, no alpha responsibilities. We ride out to the eastern meadows and pretend we're ordinary wolves enjoying spring. Can we do that? Just disappear for a day. We have 12 alphas and 2 other kindred who can handle things for 24 hours, Xavian said firmly. Besides, you need perspective. You've been so focused on the Covenant that you've forgotten why we fought for it in the first place. To prevent extinction? To protect the people we love, Xavian corrected. To build a world where wolves can live without constant fear. Where cubs can play without worrying about territorial wars. Where mates can choose each other regardless of pack affiliation. His storm-gray eyes held hers. We won that world, Iskira. Now we need to actually live in it. She realized he was right. They'd sacrificed so much to forge the Covenant, but in the aftermath, she'd been so busy maintaining it that she hadn't actually enjoyed the peace they'd created. Tomorrow, she agreed. Just us. No responsibilities. Well, maybe one responsibility, Xavian said, a smile playing on his lips. He pulled a small package from his pocket and handed it to her. Iskira unwrapped it carefully to find a pendant, silver carved with intricate wolf and moon designs, hanging from a delicate chain. It was beautiful, clearly crafted by a master artisan. It's a bonding gift, Xavian explained. I was supposed to give it to you during the ceremony 6 months ago, but things were so chaotic that I forgot. I found it yesterday while organizing our belongings and realized I never. He stopped, suddenly uncertain. If you don't like it, we can. Iskira kissed him, deep and thorough, pouring love through their mate bond. It's perfect. Help me put it on. As Xavian fastened the chain around her neck, Iskira felt the pendant settle against her skin. It was warm, infused with what felt like blessing magic. She touched it through her shirt, feeling the connection to her mate strengthened by the physical token. There's something else, Xavian said, his voice dropping to something more vulnerable. I've been thinking about the future. About what comes after we finish building the Covenant infrastructure. He took a breath. About starting a family. Iskira's heart skipped. They discussed this briefly, but always in abstract terms. Someday. Eventually. When things settle down. You want cubs, she said softly. I want a future with you that's about more than just survival and politics, Xavian admitted. I want to watch our children play in the Unity Hall gardens. I want to teach them about honor and covenant and love. I want to show them that wolves and kindred can create something beautiful together. Through the mate bond, Iskira felt the depth of his longing, not just for children, but for normalcy. For a life that wasn't defined by constant crisis. I want that too, she admitted. But I'm terrified. What if I'm a terrible mother? What if our cubs are kindred and face the same struggles I did? What if? What if they're extraordinary? Xavian interrupted. What if they grow up in a world where being kindred is celebrated rather than feared? What if they have parents who love them unconditionally and an entire alliance of packs who will protect them? He had a point. The world they'd built was different from the one Iskira had grown up in. Children born now would inherit peace rather than conflict, unity rather than division. Not yet, she said finally. None till the academy is fully established and we have more trained kindred to share the burden. But soon. Maybe a year from now when things are more stable. A year, Xavian agreed. I can wait a year. Though I'm going to spend that time imagining what our cubs will look like. They spent the rest of the evening in comfortable silence, Xavian reading reports while Iskira worked on curriculum for the academy. It was domestic and normal, and exactly what they both needed. The next morning, true to his word, Xavian whisked Iskira away from Unity Hall before anyone could raise urgent matters requiring Luna's attention. They rode east on horseback, leaving behind responsibilities and expectations. The eastern meadows were beautiful in spring, wildflowers carpeting the ground in every color imaginable, the air sweet with pollen and new growth. They dismounted near a stream and let the horses graze while they explored on foot. I haven't been here since I was a child, Xavian said, his expression distant with memory. My father used to bring me hunting in these meadows. Before he became alpha, before everything got complicated. Do you miss it? The simplicity of being young and unburdened. Sometimes, Xavian admitted. But I wouldn't trade what we have now for anything. The complications, the responsibilities, they're the price of maturing, of making a difference. They walked until they found a secluded spot beneath an ancient oak tree. Iskira settled against Xavian's chest, his arms wrapped around her, both of them simply existing in the moment. Tell me something I don't know about you, Iskira said. Something from before we met. Xavian thought for a moment. When I was 12, I snuck out of the stronghold to join a hunting party. I wanted to prove I was strong enough to be alpha someday. I tracked a deer for hours, finally cornered it, raised my bow, and... He paused. I couldn't do it. The deer looked at me, and I saw fear in its eyes. Pure terror. I let it go and told my father I'd missed the shot. What did he say? He knew I was lying. I knew I'd let it escape on purpose. But instead of being disappointed, he told me that mercy was as important as strength. That a good alpha knows when to kill and when to spare. Xavian's voice roughened. I forgot that lesson for a while. When I ordered your execution, I prioritized strength over mercy. Political expedience over compassion. It took nearly losing you to remember what my father taught me. Iskira turned in his arms to face him. You remembered when it mattered most. That's what counts. I should have remembered sooner. Maybe. But we all have lessons we need to learn the hard way. She touched his face gently. Tell me what you see when you look at the future. Not the political future or covenant maintenance, our future. Personally. Xavian's eyes grew distant, seeing possibilities. I see cubs learning to shift in the Unity Hall Gardens while you teach young Kindred control. I see us growing old together, watching our grandchildren play with grandchildren from every pack in the Alliance. I see a world where what we built becomes so normal that no one remembers it was ever different. That's a beautiful vision. What do you see? Iskira thought carefully. I see the same things, but I also see challenges. Kindred and wolves figuring out how to coexist as equals rather than subordinates. New threats that test the covenant in ways we haven't imagined. Our children are navigating a world that expects them to be perfect because of who their parents are. Realistic, Xavian noted. But hopeful, Iskira added. Because I also see us facing those challenges together. See the Alliance adapting and strengthening. See more kindred awakening and finding purpose. See love becoming stronger than fear. They fell into comfortable silence, both imagining futures that were possible now because of the choices they'd made, the sacrifices they'd endured. Iskira dozed off against Xavian's chest, lulled by his heartbeat and the warmth of spring sunshine. She dreamed, but not nightmares this time. Instead, she saw possibilities, kindred and wolves building together, cubs playing without fear, a world transformed by unity. When she woke, the sun was lower in the sky, and Xavian was watching her with such tenderness it made her chest ache. How long was I asleep? A couple hours. You needed it. He brushed a strand of hair from her face. You were smiling in your sleep. Good dreams. The best, Iskira confirmed. I was dreaming about tomorrow. About all the tomorrows we get to build together. Then let's make sure they're worth the fight, Xavian said, pulling her to her feet. Come on. I want to show you something before sunset. He led her to the highest point of the meadow, where they could see across multiple territories. The view was breathtaking, mountains and forests and rivers stretching to the horizon, all bathed in golden afternoon light. 6 months ago, this view represented division, Xavian said. Each territory held by a different pack, each boundary a potential conflict. Now when I look at it, I see. He gestured broadly. One land, shared by wolves who remember they're stronger together. It's not perfect yet, Iskira cautioned.
No.
But it's better. And tomorrow it will be better still. And the day after that, even more so. Xavian turned to face her fully. That's what you've given us, Iskira. Not perfection, but improvement. Progress. I hope that things can change for the better. We gave that to each other. Iskira corrected. Alpha and Kindred, working in harmony. That's the covenant. As the sun set, painting the sky in shades of crimson and gold, they stood together on the hill. Two wolves who'd nearly destroyed each other, who'd fought impossible odds, who'd forged unity from division and love from rejection. The territories spread out before them, full of possibility and promise. Tomorrow will bring new challenges. More kindred to train, more threats to face, more work to do. But tonight, they had peace.
And each other.
And the certainty that whatever came next, they would face it together. The Age of Covenant had truly begun. 3 years later, the Covenant Academy's graduation ceremony drew representatives from 18 packs now, the original 12 plus 6 outer territories that had joined the alliance. Iskira stood on the platform, watching 23 kindred receive their certification as trained Covenant keepers. Calyx was among them, radiant with confidence that had replaced her earlier fear. Beside her stood a dozen others who'd awakened over the past 3 years, their gifts varying but all committed to maintaining the unity their predecessors had forged. In the audience, Xavian held their daughter, barely 6 months old, with dark hair like her father and eyes that already flickered silver when she was excited. They'd named her Mara, after the kind kitchen worker who'd shown Iskira compassion in her darkest days. Through the mate bond, Iskira felt Xavian's pride and contentment. Their life wasn't simple. Leading an alliance of 18 packs never would be, but it was good. Rich with purpose and love, and the satisfaction of meaningful work. Silas approached after the ceremony, his expression thoughtful. I had another vision last night. Something big is coming, not a threat exactly, but a change. The veil touched say the barriers between realms are thinning. We might need to prepare for diplomatic contact with entities from beyond our world. More work, Iskira said, but she was smiling. Good thing we have 23 trained kindred now to help handle it. 24, Silas corrected, nodding toward where Aloan stood with a group of newly awakened individuals. The former Beta's daughter had discovered her own dormant kindred blood 3 months ago, a development that had shocked everyone. She's a natural teacher. The students love her. Iskira felt a surge of satisfaction. Aloan had truly transformed from the woman who'd orchestrated her execution into someone dedicated to service. Redemption was possible. People could change. As the crowd dispersed, pack members mingling freely regardless of territory, Iskira allowed herself a moment of pure gratitude. They'd done it. Against impossible odds, they'd built something lasting. The Covenant would face challenges. It always would. New threats, new conflicts, new complications. But they had something now that previous generations never possessed. Unity. The knowledge that they were stronger together than divided. And they had love, between mates, between packs, between kindred and wolves who'd learned to trust each other. Xavian joined her on the platform, baby Mara cradled against his chest. Ready to head home? Home to Iron Fang or home to Unity Hall? Does it matter? Xavian asked with a smile. We have family in both places. We're home wherever we're together. Through the mate bond and the web of connections she maintained with kindred and wolves across the alliance, Iskira felt the truth of that statement. Home wasn't a place anymore, it was people, purpose, and the certainty of belonging. They walked through the Covenant Academy grounds hand in hand, their daughters sleeping peacefully between them. Around them, wolves and kindred built the future one day at a time. The moon rose over the territories, casting silver light across the land. And for the first time in centuries, every pack that saw that light understood they shared it with allies rather than enemies. The Covenant held strong. And it would continue to hold, maintained by those who remembered what isolation had cost and cherished what unity had won. The end of one story was the beginning of countless others, every kindred who awakened, every wolf who chose understanding over hate, every alliance forged across old boundaries. Iskira's journey had started with rejection and execution, with powerlessness and fear. It had ended with love and purpose, with strength channeled toward building rather than destroying. And that, She thought as Xavian squeezed her hand and Mara stirred softly against his chest was the best kind of ending. The kind that was really just a beginning. The end. If you enjoyed this tale of love, power, and the strength that comes from unity, please like this video, leave a comment about your favorite moment, and subscribe to Wild Alpha Tales for more original werewolf romance stories. Your support helps us create more content like this. Thank you for listening, and may the moon light your path.